692. Before Pei Qian left Mural City to ask Shui Hixin. In the ruins of the immortal mansion in the painting scroll, Patriarch Yen Su let his only direct disciple Pang Lanqi continue to practice her sword. It was fine if she wanted to rest for a while. Yen Su opened the mountain restriction and returned to the ancestral hall of Mui Mountain. Then, he rode the wind to the Hanging Sword Pavilion halfway up the mountain to pay his respects to Patriarch Nalan from the Middle-earth's Linen sect. Although Patriarch Nalan looked approachable, he was extremely strict as the Patriarch of the Linen sect. He had once personally taken the lives of 2 upper 5 realms cultivators. The Patriarch of the Linen sect was extremely old and had an extremely high seniority. He was the junior brother of the sect master of the Linen sect. The Patriarch of the Linen sect did not send a flying sword message in advance, nor did he go directly to the ancestral hall at the peak of the mountain. Yen Su was naturally worried. The lush green Mui Mountain was surrounded by white clouds all year round. It was like a celestial in a green robe with a white jade belt around his waist. When Yen Su arrived at the Hanging Sword Pavilion, Patriarch Nalan was drinking with Wei Yusong. The old man was drunk and laughed endlessly. He casually reached out his hand and crushed the white clouds outside the pavilion. Yen Su heaved a sigh of relief. Patriarch Nalan was easier to talk to after drinking wine. Wei Yusong had made a contribution. The young man and woman with swords on their backs took the initiative to bow to Yen Su. Yen Su's eyelids trembled slightly and his heart tightened. The man's name was Sui Yun and the woman's name was Axayan. The pair of Daoist companions were both in the nascent soul realm. Although they had yet to enter the upper 5 realms, they were destined to be the future masters of the impermanence division of the upper sect's ancestral hall. The world was unpredictable. Aside from some unorthodox methods, all of them came from the Linen sect. Patriarch Nalan did not bring his direct disciples to travel across continents. Instead, he brought these 2 troublesome people to the lower sect. This in itself was a kind of reminder. After Yen Su sat down, Wei Yusong said bluntly, "Patriarch Nalan is here to denounce us. He feels that we have too much involvement with the Song clan." The woman named Axayan took out a book from her sleeve and handed it to Yen Su. She smiled and said, "Patriarch Yen, please read this book first." Yen Su didn't know the inside story, but he could tell from the book's appearance that it wasn't an immortal scroll. Wei Yusong looked worried, so Yen Su began to flip through the book. Ancestral Master Nalan continued to pull Wei Yusong, a junior from a lower sect, to drink wine together. When the old cultivator was in the city of Murals, he had almost bought an immortal celadone brush washer. But the price didn't conform to the rules of etiquette. It was just an obscure poem that had never been recorded before. Immortal guests were received by the immortal's carriage, arriving at the side of the 3 stars. The old cultivator was delighted when he saw it. Because he knew the value of the item, he found it even more pleasing to the eye. It wasn't that the celadone brush washer was a great immortal artifact, nor was it an amazing magic weapon. It was only worth 2 or 3 small rain coins, but the old cultivator was willing to spend 1 small rain coin to buy it. This was because this poem wasn't widely circulated in the central divine continent, but the old cultivator happened to know about it. Not only did he know about it, he even saw the poet with his own eyes, heard it with his own ears, and wrote this poem. The immortals who were on good terms with ancestral Master Nalan in the central divine continent all knew that the old man was fond of poems. Other than the Celadone's poems and the traveling immortal's poems, he also liked a type of ghost poem that was similar to the Hanlon ghost's elegant style of conversation. Most of his poems were written in the style of a pavilion. Another type was written by the old ghosts of the previous dynasty. They liked to mention the ancient people in books and the past generations of poetry sect masters in their poems. As long as the old man saw or heard something, he would record it down. However, Ancestral Master Nalan felt that the most interesting part of this poem wasn't the poem's content, but the poem's name. It was extremely long, and there were even more words than the content. In the last years of the Yuanbao, I was drunk during the day and slept at the Chunming Gate. In my dream, I rode the Qingtong Heavenly Lord and traveled the galaxy together. When I woke up from my drunken stupor, I wrote this poem. At that time, the old man was only a teenager. Once, he followed his master down the mountain to travel. Then, in his secular dynasty that was swaying in the wind and rain, he met a down-and-out scholar named Bai Yi. His master invited him to drink, and the scholar used this poem as payment for the drink. At that time, when the teenager heard the extremely long name, he thought that it would be a long poem that could easily be hundreds of words. He didn't expect that, together with the words, riding the carriage to receive the celestial guests, I once came to the side of the constellations of the 3 stars, it only totaled to 28 words. Then, the teenager couldn't help but ask, "That's all?" But the scholar had already left with a big laugh. Ancestral Master Nalan put down the wine pot and asked, "Finished reading?" Yen Su's face was ashen. He said in a deep voice, "Ancestral Master Nalan, could it be that you also believe the contents of this book?" Ancestral Master Nalan sneered. Wei Yusong said, "Ancestral Master Nalan wants to confirm one thing. How did this kind of book gradually spread in the central divine continent, so much so that it can be easily obtained on the cross-continent ferry? What is written in the book can be important, or it can also be unimportant. But who is it? Why did they write this book? Why did our hemp sect get involved with the Chin Pingon written in the book? These are the only things that Ancestral Master Nalan wants to know." Ancestral Master Nalan crushed the white clouds in the mountains. Yen Su, on the other hand, crushed the book in his hand and casually waved it to hang it outside the sword pavilion. Yen Su was good at law, but he wasn't good at arguing and reasoning with others. So, he could only sullenly ask Wei Yusong for a pot of wine. Ancestral Master Nalan said slowly, "Zhu Quan is too naive. When thinking about things, he likes to think about things in a simple way. Wei Yusong wants to make money too much. He wants to change the hemp sex strain situation. He's the kind of person who can't climb out of money. Yen Su, you 2 hemp sex ancestors only know how to fight and scold people. If I don't come here personally and see with my own eyes, I won't be at ease." Yen Su fiercely gulped down a mouthful of wine. He said in a muffled voice, "Ancestral Master Nalan can't just come to the Bone Beach to take a look. In any case, if the High Sect is angry about this, they'll definitely find a scapegoat. It's very simple. I, Yen Su, will take responsibility for this matter alone. It has nothing to do with Zhu Quan and Wei Yusong." Ancestral Master Nalan said, "Before coming, the High Sect has come to a conclusion. No matter what, they have to break this deal with the Cloud Pinning Mountain and the Song clan. As for why I came, of course it's because the High Sect's Ancestral Master Hall is angry. You should know very well that whether it's the Hemp Sect or the Central Continent's High Sect, let's not talk about the truth first. Let's just talk about the kind of people in the book. They blindly rely on their good fortune and pretend to cultivate their heart. In fact, they only know how to cultivate their strength. On the path of cultivation, they only take what they don't want to give up. They've always hated people like this the most. It's better to believe it than not to believe it." Ancestral Master Nalan said to Yen Su, "No matter how Zhu Quan doesn't manage things, he's still the master of a sect. To put it bluntly, you, Yen Su, want to take the blame. On what basis? Besides, with little Quan or his temperament, it's not up to you to be the good guy." Yen Su whispered, "Ancestral Master Nalan isn't blind to follow the seniors of the High Sect. We have a cross-continent ferry at home, we'll take a few more steps." At this point, Yen Su was speechless. If he went to Baopao Continent's Luopa Mountain, would he be able to see that Chen brat? Ancestral Master Nalan wouldn't be able to see him at all. Wei Yusong said, in order to protect our reputation, we're afraid of being cursed. This isn't something a cultivator of the hemp sect would do. Ancestral Master Nalan, I still have the same idea. Since the high sect has ordered, the low sect will naturally obey. All business with Luopa Mountain can be cut off. But from today onwards, I, Wei Yusong, will move out of the hemp sect's ancestral master hall and no longer care about money. I'll go to Qinglu town and follow sect master Zhu. Yen Su said angrily, I've been indebted to my master for a long time. The high sect will do whatever they want. But I can't harm my own disciple, that's immoral. What kind of hemp sect cultivator are you? Go to Luopa Mountain and be a consecrator? Just burn incense and worship in Luopa Mountain's ancestral master hall. Ancestral Master Nalan smiled, oh, you're all trying to scare me. So when you asked me to drink, it wasn't a toast but a punishment. Wei Yusong shook his head, I don't dare. Yen Su smashed the wine pot, what's wrong with scaring an old and dim-sighted guy? Ancestral Master Nalan didn't lower herself to Yen Su's level. She got up with a smile, go to the hemp sect's ancestral master hall. Remember to call Zhu Quan back. Wei Yusong glared fiercely at the impulsive Yen Su. On the way to the ancestral master hall at the top of the Mui mountain, Wei Yusong was obviously unwilling to give up. He said to ancestral Master Nalan, my hemp sect's mountain and water array can have today's situation. In fact, it's thanks to Luopa Mountain. The Ghost Valley has been stable for 10 years. Ancestral Master Nalan smiled and said, this matter, the high sect's ancestral master hall has mentioned it a long time ago. Do you think my old and dim-sighted memory is also bad? Wei Yusong completely gave up and no longer persuaded anything. After Zhu Quan was called back to the ancestral master hall, he only said one sentence, don't bully people like this. I don't want to be a broken sect master anymore. Ancestral Master Nalan neither nodded nor refuted. She only asked, do you still know that you are a sect master? Zhu Quan was speechless. Yen Su was a little anxious. He was already impulsive enough. Zhu Quan, don't mess around. That ancestral Master Nalan was really stubborn. He said that it was fine if he didn't want to be a sect master, but he had to think about it first. He would shut himself in the ancestral master hall and meditate for a few days. When the time came, he would still decide to resign from the position of sect master. He only needed to greet every statue in the ancestral master hall. When the time came, Zhu Quan would leave the ancestral master hall and just go to the Ghost Valley and Qinglu town. Anyway, whether the hemp sect had a sect master or not would not make a difference. There was no need to greet him. After a flying sword message to the high sect, there would be a new sect master soon. Although the hemp sect was a lesser sect, it was still the sect master of this vast world. There were many old fellows in the high sect's ancestral master hall who were willing to come to the North Continent. After that, Zhu Quan stayed in the ancestral master hall. Anyway, Yen Su would bring wine to the ancestral master hall every now and then. It was not good to drink in the ancestral master hall, so the two of them drank at the gate. Zhu Quan turned around from time to time to raise the wine jug at the gate to help those ancestral masters who could no longer drink wine. In the shop in the Mural City, the young female shopkeeper saw Pang Lanshi and smiled sweetly. There were no customers in the shop. Pang Lanshi leaned on the counter and complained incessantly, complaining that the swordsmanship taught by her master was too difficult to learn. She then said that Pei Qian and a friend by the name of Li Huai came to the shop earlier. When they saw that she was not around, they said that they would look for her when they went home. Pang Lanshi held back her laughter and said, that Pei Qian, is she very strange? The young woman shook her head. No, she is very polite. However, she suddenly sighed. That girl's eyes seemed to be able to speak. Then, she seemed to understand the meaning behind Pei Qian's eyes. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Pang Lanshi was by her side, she pursed her lips and made up her mind. It was time to talk to her about that matter. She gathered her courage and said, Lanshi, my previous idea was that I have saved some divine money after working in the shop for so many years. I can still afford to buy a box of those immortal elixirs in the spring dew garden that can help women retain their youthful looks. I will age slower and my white hair will grow slower. Pang Lanshi was about to speak when she shook her head. Let me finish first. I used to think that I would strive to live a long life. When that time comes, I will not look good and become a white-haired old woman. If you change your mind, I won't blame you. However, I don't want to do that now. Coincidentally, the Earth Goddess of our mural city said that she has always wanted to take off her burden and go out to see the world. I have a chance to inherit her identity. However, the Earth Goddess told me that although my rank is not high and I am only a Earth Goddess, I do not have any immortal roots or fate. The so-called chance is to rely on the blessings of the old immortals in the Mui Mountain. Therefore, I want to ask you, will it be difficult for you to do so? Pang Lanshi nodded. Her eyes were gentle and her tone was firm. She only said one word. Okay. The young woman heaved a sigh of relief. However, she could not help but feel a little uneasy. After all, the Earth Goddess said that she would be skinny and her soul would be tormented. It was really frightening. A graceful and pretty young woman broke through the ground outside the shop. She was the Earth Goddess of the Mui Mountain. Her expression was solemn. One of you really dares to agree with me and the other dares to agree with her. There is a lot of danger in this. Let me say this first. Although your hemp sect is proficient in the path of souls, accidents are inevitable. In my opinion, it is better to let her go to the swaying river to be a goddess in name. Even if she is in fact a female ghost with her soul trapped and not a god's body, it is much safer than becoming a god. That old Shua is also living under the hemp sect's roof. He will definitely give you, Pang Lanshi, some face. Pang Lanshi thought for a while. Anyway, this matter is not urgent. I will ask Chen Pingon later. He is the most considerate person. Speaking until here, Pang Lanshi pulled her collar. I am the honorary consecrator of the Luopa Mountain. How can he not help me with this small matter? The young woman smiled and nodded. She stretched out her finger and gently hooked Pang Lanshi's hand. Pang Lanshi held her slender hand in return. The young woman clicked her tongue and said, boring, really boring. Why don't you just close the shop and do whatever you want? I won't peek or eavesdrop. The old ancestor of the Shang sect, who was unreasonable and had already provoked the anger of the Shang sect, did not leave the Mui Mountain sensibly. Instead, he brought the young couple from the Shang sect's Wuchang division to stay. It was rare for her to go out, so she should walk around more. If there was anything, she could send a message by flying sword. In fact, old Patriarch Nalan really wanted to go to the Fuyao sect in the Tongya continent. The Fuyao technique there was excellent. However, the old patriarch was not idle. She watched the mirror flower, water and moon every day, mainly to understand the current situation in the mountains of the South Sa continent and the Fuyao continent. She could also perform the Mountain View supernatural power to see the swaying river. Otherwise, she would take out the poetry collection she compiled and take some white clouds from the sword pavilion hanging halfway up the mountain. She condensed them into a desk and put a stack of poetry collections on it. Then, she took a moon in the water from the swaying river and hung it beside the desk as a lamp. There were all kinds of immortal masters on the mountain. Although there were some who played around like old villagers, it was a great style. However, most of them were like old patriarch Nalan, who was untainted by the mortal world and had the demeanor of an immortal. In fact, the old cultivator was born in the marketplace. He was not a child of a wealthy family, nor was he an immortal born on the mountain. He just entered the mountain to cultivate since he was young. One night, the old cultivator closed a poetry collection. He remembered the first time he went out to travel. His master sent him to the mountain gate and said, "Go into the mountain." The young man was puzzled and asked why they did not go down the mountain. His master did not explain anything. It was only later that he, who was not a young man for too many years, understood his master's deep meaning. It turned out that it was not easy to cultivate the Tao and climb the mountain. There were many dangerous mountains in the human world. Entering this mountain made it even more difficult for people to walk. The old man sighed and opened the only book that was not a poetry collection. He continued to read the thousands of words at the beginning. As for the content after that, it was about fortuitous encounters and blessings, about the young man who learned boxing and read books, about singing poems with the goddess and the beautiful ghost, about being a hero in the pugilistic world and being righteous with a few punches in the pugilistic world. He turned a blind eye to the mess left behind and did not care about it anymore. After making a name for himself in the pugilistic world, there was only something about whipping a famous horse under the setting sun, drinking and singing loudly, and traveling far away. What kind of foul atmosphere was it? It was simply unbearable to look at. The old man continued to read and asked the young man and woman beside him, "Sui Yuan, Ching Xian, how much do you think is true and false about what is written in the book?" The woman shook her head and said, "If I only read this book, even if it's only 10% or 20% true, when I meet this person in the future, I will definitely take a detour and stay away from him. On the other hand, there's no need to be on guard against that Gu Chan," the man said. After traveling far away, he always criticized others as a lecturer and never asked himself. It's really a waste of the simple words at the beginning of the travel book. At this point, the man glanced at his Tao companion beside him and said carefully, "If you only look at the beginning, the young man's situation is quite difficult. I really hope that this young man can achieve meteoric success and enjoy the good times after suffering." The woman smiled and said, "In the study room, there's a beautiful woman. In the pugilistic world, there's no man who isn't envious." The man smiled bitterly. He knew that there were some things that couldn't be said. On this day, the old cultivator stared at the painting of mountains and rivers on the white cloud writing table. He seemed to be surprised. He stretched out his hand and pushed the painting away from the writing table, making it easier for the immortal Tao companion to see the various states of the city. The two young nascent soul cultivators from the Impermanence Division were the proud sons of heaven of the Linen sect in the Central Plains. Both of them were born as immortals on the mountain. Both of their parents were cultivators. Back then, Sui Yuan and Ching Xian became Tao companions. It was a joyous occasion. The old cultivator still had high hopes for these two juniors from the Impermanence Division. The only flaw was that Sui Yuan and Ching Xian were congenitally deficient. In the end, they didn't know much about the bottom of the city and their thoughts were too shallow. On the painting, it turned out that the little girl and the young scholar went to the river god temple to burn incense. The old cultivator stroked his beard and smiled. She's not even willing to buy the water incense in the ancestral temple. It's not like the demeanor of her master that was written in the book. However, that's right. The little girl's experience in the pugilistic world is still very deep. She's experienced and extremely clever. Sui Yuan and Ching Xian. If you were in the same realm as this little girl, the two of you would probably be sold by her and still have to help her count the money. It's quite the happy kind. After Pei Qian burned incense and strolled around the river god temple, there was that shocking Shui Yuanqing who swayed the river with his fist. In the end, there wasn't much of a disturbance. The old boat owner, Shui Yuanqing, personally pushed the boat for the two of them to cross the river. It could be considered as an exchange of blows that led to friendship. As for the young man who stole from the river god temple, the young man who broke his wrist gave him a good beating. The young man was beaten until he hugged his head and rolled around on the ground. He begged with tears and snot. In the end, his body was covered in blood and dirt. It was very disgusting. After the group of men left, the young man was told to be more diligent. He had to steal 50 taels of silver within a month and treat it as money to buy medicine. Otherwise, he would settle the old and new debts together. The young man staggered and passed through a thicket of reeds alone. He went to the swaying river and took off his outer clothes to wash them. He grimaced in pain and finally went to the mural city with a bloody nose and a swollen face. After about 600 miles, the young man's clothes had already been dried. However, there were still some bruises on his body and his ribs were aching faintly. As for his face, because the young man had covered it tightly when he was rolling on the ground, it wasn't too obvious that he was injured. Only the young man's hands didn't suffer the slightest bit of harm. This was because when the man got someone to beat him up, he reminded him. After all, the young man was a talented young man. As a money tree in his own gang, he relied on his hands to steal without anyone noticing. The young man returned to a small alley outside the mural city. Outside a courtyard, it was still the same as before. There were door gods, couplets, and the word spring at the highest point. Because it hadn't been put up for long, it wasn't white or wrinkled yet. The young man looked around and saw that there was no one around. Only then did he look at the gap in the yellow mud wall beside the door god. Seeing that the 2 copper coins were still there, he relaxed and smiled. Copper coins were of course worthless. However, to this family, they were of great significance. This hidden place was jokingly called by him and his sister, Door God Master's innermost place. Once, when the family was on the verge of collapsing, he was playing with his little sister and accidentally found 2 pieces of money. Immortal money, 2 pieces of snow money. After so many years, the 2 pieces of snow money had never been used. Firstly, he didn't dare to use it. He was afraid that it would cause trouble. Secondly, his mother was unwilling to spend it. She said that 1 piece of snow money was for him to use as a daughter-in-law's capital. The other piece of snow money was for his sister's dowry. Afterwards, he found out that if his mother hadn't suddenly received the 2 pieces of immortal money, she would have been willing to suffer more. She would have brought the 2 children and endured the lowly and poor life day after day. She would have almost agreed to those vicious and merciless creditors and become a boatwoman. It was the kind of boat that ferry passengers could touch by spending a few copper coins. At night, she wouldn't cross the river. Instead, she would anchor the boat by the swaying riverside and light a lantern. When the men saw the lantern, they could spend the night there. When they got older, they would go to the brothel to be a prostitute. No matter what, if his mother really did that, the family's wealth would increase. His and his sister's lives would also be much better. Every time his mother talked about this, she didn't hold back. But of course, the young man wasn't willing to do so. Every time his sister heard about this, her face would turn pale. She would secretly go to the door and whisper to the door god to express her gratitude. Therefore, their family's custom was that after the new door god was replaced, the old door god wouldn't be thrown away. His mother would let him and his sister carefully invite a door god and then carefully store them away. As for the place where the 2 pieces of snow were inexplicably spent, his mother had replaced them with 2 copper coins. The only thing the young man wasn't satisfied with was that he wasn't able to become a scholar. He really didn't have such thoughts, but his mother was disappointed and didn't say anything. This made his heart feel uncomfortable. In his early years, there was once when he stole a piece of snow to spend money. He wanted to exchange it for silver to first let his sister, who was hungry for a pastry, eat until she was full, and then let his mother and sister live a good life. In the end, he was caught by his crazy mother. That was the first time his mother was willing to beat him, the kind that wanted to kill him. His younger sister, who was younger than him, cried at the side, as if she was in more pain than him. From that day onwards, as the only male in the family, he vowed to earn money. It wasn't until he became a young man that he knew that if it wasn't for his mother stopping him, the family of 3 wouldn't be able to live a good life. Instead, they would only be met with disaster. Not to mention the 2 pieces of snow. Even the 2 pieces of snow could be extorted by those rogue wanderers who had killed people and seen blood. With just him and his mother, it was impossible to protect the 2 pieces of celestial money that fell from the sky. By the time the young man was able to rely on his own ability and connections to secretly exchange the snow for silver, the young man had already changed his mind. He left the 2 pieces of snow for his sister. His sister absolutely couldn't let those bastards touch her. She must marry a good family in the future. She and his mother must leave the skeleton beach. He was enough here. With his own ability, he could definitely survive. Today, the young man pushed the door open and entered. His sister, who lived in the same room with his mother, was cutting the window flowers. His sister was skillful and could learn many exquisite window flowers with just a glance. Although she couldn't make a lot of money by relying on this, she could still make money. The young girl got up in surprise and said, "Brother, why are you here? I'll call my mother home and make you a delicious meal." The young man picked a small stool and sat beside the young girl. He shook his head with a smile and said softly, "No need. Don't you know how well I'm doing? Our mother's cooking skills are so good that there's no money or oil in the family. There's money at home, but it's all oil. I really can't eat it. However, I came in a hurry this time, so I couldn't bring you any gifts." The young girl smiled. Her pair of clean and beautiful eyes narrowed into a pair of crescent moons. "No need, no need." The young man grinned. He reached out his hand and patted his head. He stretched out his fist and slowly opened it. It was a piece of silver. "Take it." The young girl wanted to say something but hesitated. She still accepted the piece of silver. It was heavy, 7 or 8 coins. The young man sat on the stool and leaned forward. He supported his cheeks with his hands and looked at the 2 door gods who opened the door and faced into the room. In fact, this precocious young man didn't really believe that it was some door god. He had some guesses. It was very likely that it was the young ranger who wore a bamboo hat. However, his mother and sister were still certain that the 2 pieces of snow were the door gods. But whether it was or not, it didn't matter. As for the grandfather and grandson who almost had their money stolen by the young man, after leaving the ancestral temple, they sat in the simple carriage hired in their hometown and went along the swaying river to return to the north. The child said that he wanted to read. The old man smiled and said that the road was bumpy. Reading like this would hurt the eyes. It wouldn't be too late to read when they got home. The child laughed and didn't say that when they got home. The old man touched the child's head. The child suddenly said, "Previously, in the big house of the river god, there was an older sister who walked beside us. The way she pursed her lips and smiled was really beautiful." The old man thought for a moment and remembered. "Are you talking about the 2 people who carried the bamboo box?" The child nodded vigorously. "Later, we walked faster. The older sister walked slower. When I turned to look at her, she would smile." The old man smiled and said, "It's the scholar who carried the book and traveled." The child asked, "Grandpa, is that bamboo a walking stick?" "I saw that the older brother and sister's legs didn't have any problem walking." The old man couldn't help but smile and patiently explained, "That's not a walking stick. It has a name. It's called mountain walking stick. When scholars go out to travel, they often need to cross mountains. Some people, whose family is not particularly rich, but they want to learn more. They don't have servants or study companions to follow them. They have to carry their own bags and cross mountains and rivers. The child smiled and said, our family doesn't have much money. It seems that I also need a mountain walking stick in the future. The old man rubbed his grandson's head and said, reading thousands of books costs a lot of money. Traveling thousands of miles, it's enough to endure hardships. When Grandpa was young, he also traveled with a good friend. We went to the library of those big families and scholarly families. Every day, we borrowed books, copied books, returned books, and borrowed books again. Some scholars didn't care about anything and were very enthusiastic. They welcomed us poor children to copy books. At most, they would remind us not to damage the books. Every day, they would treat us with good food. After a pause, Pei Qian added, besides, I don't know how to teach fish technique. Li Huai was a little happy and said with a smile, I learn everything very slowly. It's better that you don't know how to teach fish technique. If you can't learn fish technique, I won't be sad, and you don't have to worry about misleading people. If it's Chen Pin gone, I won't learn. With his temper, once he teaches fish technique, I can't be lazy even if I want to. Pei Qian, I'm just telling the truth, don't be angry. Pei Qian thought for a while and said, didn't you see my master's 2 stances earlier than me? It's not hard to learn, you should know. Li Huai said resentfully, I just randomly learned the 1,000 years sleeping stance. Actually, I didn't remember what Chen Pingon said. I just thought I learned it. I don't dare to learn the 6-step stance and the sword furnace stance. I'm afraid Li Baoping and the others will laugh at me. Pei Qian shook her head, I don't teach fish technique. I don't know any fish technique myself. Li Huai said, you know. Didn't you just learn the divine punching fist with Shuai? Pei Qian just didn't agree. My fish technique, wherever my fish lands. Pei Qian looked up at the sky. And on the ground, there were noises of night insects all around. Not far from the Baiyun Temple of Qinghuan, an old monk who traveled far away rented a courtyard and cooked soup every day. It was obviously a vegetable pot, but it had the taste of chicken soup. That's why he got the nickname of Chicken Soup Monk. He didn't read fortunes and only read palms. Occasionally, he would read fortunes and solve people's doubts. Every time he asked for 1 tael of silver, he had to pay the moment he entered. If he wasn't satisfied, he wouldn't pay back. One day, a scholar came to his door and asked if he could pass the imperial examinations. The old monk looked at the scholar's palm and shook his head. The scholar was furious and began to say that the imperial examinations were misleading people. He listed out a lot of reasons. Among them, he said that how many top scholars in the world could write poems that would go down in history. The old monk extended his hand and the scholar angrily threw out a tael of silver. The old monk got the money and put it in a bag. He then smiled, the imperial examinations are not misleading people. I won't say it, but it's true that you won't be able to become an official. The scholar's face turned red, your palms are not accurate. The old monk smiled to himself, moreover, you said that top scholars couldn't write poems that would go down in history. You said it as if you could write one. There were a few top scholars in history, and it's generally possible to estimate. There are too many scholars like you who don't have the skills to count. There are some scholars who are down and out. Their talents and literary skills are indeed good, but they can't pass the imperial examinations. It can only be said that their personalities are not compatible. Like you, not only can you not pass the imperial examinations, you can't do anything. You can still rely on your family's wealth to get by. The scholar waved his sleeves and left. Idiot. The old monk shook his head. Those who complain too much must have suffered a lot to complain. Your virtue doesn't match your position, your resentment doesn't match your suffering. You can't even be a self-righteous man. The scholar was putting on his boots at the door. When he heard this, he added fuel to the fire. He turned his head and said angrily, "Bald donkey, you're looking for a beating. You can beat people." The old monk said, "You have to pay for the medicine." The scholar hesitated for a while but still left. He told others that the old monk was a swindler and not to waste the tale of silver. Unfortunately, the old monk was quite famous in the capital of Qingyuan. The books I have read, I have dabbled in the various schools of thought. I have read more than the scriptures you have. The old monk shook his head. You read a lot, but you don't know. Instead, you know even less than those who don't read much. The young man was used to living like a prince and was even more stubborn. I know. What can you do to me? The old monk accompanied him by asking and answering, repeating the words you don't know. Of course, the old monk would not waste time with him and delay earning money. He let the next guest enter the house. Neither side's business was affected. The young man suddenly said, "I don't know." The old monk who was talking to someone else said, "You don't know. What the hell do you know?" The young man who had been eavesdropping on the conversation in the courtyard suddenly laughed heartily. "Haha, this bald donkey is also committing a crime of speech." The old monk stared at him blankly. "Your family has been merchants for generations, and it took a lot of effort to cultivate a scholar like you. I hope you can bring honor to your family, but your own thoughts are unstable. You have extravagant hopes of meeting a noble by chance, and your elders help you win favors. You are happy and content, and luckily you have guessed the exam questions. You look calm in front of people, but you are ecstatic behind people. When you were traveling far away, you heard that the goddess by the river was sentimental, and went to the ancestral temple, but was ignored. You wrote those erotic poems and asked your schoolmates about your literary talent. You slandered the goddess' reputation, and the goddess pursued you. Fortunately, you still have the protection of your ancestors. Every time there is a famine, he will open a porridge shop and give alms to the poor and poor, but he sincerely does not ask for anything in return. Therefore, he tried his best to help you. Even if there is a difference between the netherworld and the light, between the gods and humans, he still wanted to make an exception and visit you in your dreams. In a fit of anger, the old man no longer paid attention to you. You are still unaware that your family's ancestral temple has long been dismantled by your hands. I won't say anything about Buddhism that you don't want to hear, but only what you can understand. If I really commit the sin of speaking, you will call me a bald donkey both verbally and mentally. Wouldn't the karma be even greater? Since you know a lot of principles, then I'll just talk about the foundation of your family. I think you know even more about the business. Using my sin of speaking in exchange for your sin of speaking, I'll suffer a loss, and so will you. Is this really a good deal for you? What did you earn? Since you know so many principles, can you please teach me? You are only afraid that I will not know about your shady dealings. Now that things have come to this point, you still don't want to know whether you know or not. What do you know? The young man suddenly changed his sitting position to kneeling on the ground, begging the old monk to save him from his misery. The old monk said, "It is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. There is no difference between pure and filthy wealth in the world, but in the human heart, there is always a difference between black and white." The young man only knelt and kowtowed, begging endlessly. The old monk said angrily, "Do you think that there is no right or wrong in the world, only positions? Look at how many years you can be proud of your shrewdness. Just enjoy your blessings." The next person. He was also a foreigner who had traveled far. Looking at his face, he was about 30 years old and had a dignified appearance. He smiled and said, "Monk, this chicken soup of yours tastes a little strange." The old monk smiled and said, "Benefactor, you can just say that it tastes bad." 693. In the fifth world, a hole opened in the sky and two young Taoists walked out. One of them was wearing a lotus crown while the other was wearing a fairy cave robe, a traveling crown, and a pair of cloud shoes. They looked about the same age. The former was supposed to be the guardian of the latter, but he was too lazy to go to the human beyond heaven to kill the otherworldly demons. The Taoists in the green underworld had to follow the rules and couldn't overstep the rules. However, the traveling crown and cloud shoes were an exception. Regardless of Taoist lineage, sect, or origin, the Taoists could wear the traveling crown and cloud shoes as long as they had the Taoist pedigree. It was said that the Taoist ancestor personally issued a decree to encourage the cultivators to travel the world, cultivate Taoism, and establish virtue. After the sky opened, the young Taoist with the lotus crown started to cast a restriction on the door behind him and drew talismans in the air with his finger. Other than the Beko Keikyung building, the Xuandu Temple, Suicho Temple, and dozens of other big celestial sects had a certain number of quotas to enter this new world to cultivate. From then on, they could spread their branches in foreign lands and take it as their responsibility to establish their own sections. This time, the Confucian Temple opened the fifth world on its own. Theoretically, the Confucian Temple should be the sole owner of this world. The other sects would slowly take over this world. However, the Confucian Temple in the Central Plains allowed the Green Underworld and the Lotus Underworld to open one door each. Cultivators below the upper 5 states could enter this world within 100 years with the permission of their respective world. However, the total number of people could not exceed 3,000. Once the number of people reached the limit, the door would be closed immediately. After 100 years, the door would be opened again. As for what would happen after that, the Confucian Temple, the Beko Keikyung building, and the Buddhist kingdom would have to discuss it. A young Taoist boy walked out from the door and looked around. He had a colorful rattledrum tied to his waist and a huge golden gourd on his back. The young Taoist with the traveling crown greeted the young Taoist boy. The latter waved his hand and said, "We're not from the same sect. My master and your master are rivals. They're quarreling in the Lotus Grotto heaven now. It's not appropriate for us to be close to each other. If we become enemies in the future, we'll have to fight to the death. It'll be bad." The young Taoist boy who was drawing talismans smiled and said, "Since we're not in the Beko Keikyung building, we can talk freely. Feel free to ask any questions." The young Taoist boy asked, "Taoist Temple, why did you let 6,000 cultivators from other sects enter this world? If the scholarly sage keeps a close eye on this place, even if your white jade capital can use some sneaky means to smuggle the people you like here, the number of people will be limited, and you won't dare to blatantly expand your territory. As time goes by, the cultivators of the vast world will have gained a firm foothold here and will be the first to take advantage of the favorable conditions. How can the other 2 worlds compete with the vast world for those blessed grotto heavens that are suitable for cultivation?" The 3 of them were none other than White Jade Capital's 3rd sect master, Lu Qin. Named Taoist. The Taoist of the Taoist, Shan of the Taoists of the Taoists to be named Taoist. Was though the Taoist to be of the Taoist to be of the Taoist, the last one was the Taoist boy from the Taoist temple of the Eastern Sea. The blessed land of the lotus flower that was connected to the heavens and earth was divided into 4 parts. They want to give justice to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. What can you, Lu Qin, do? If you're not convinced, go and reason with the old scholar. I can accompany you. I guarantee that Bai won't draw his sword. How about that?" Lu Qin smiled and said, "Forget it." Far away from the heavenly gate, the scholar asked, "What are you mumbling about?" The old scholar said, "You have to be kind to others. You don't have to fight them." Within the city, 4 schools were opened. This was an unprecedented event in the Great Wall of Sword Qi that had existed for 10,000 years. The teachers were some old sword cultivators with low realms. The dozen or so teachers were selected by the lineage of the hidden officials. Their main purpose was to teach the elementary knowledge of Confucianism, Taoism, and sorcery to the students. It was simple and easy to understand. As for how the students first learned to read, there were stone tablets in the streets and alleys of the city. They had all been collected by the Summer Palace. Other than that, there were also a few rules for the teachers who imparted knowledge. For example, they were not allowed to talk about the good and evil of the world, their personal likes and dislikes, and they were not allowed to talk too much about the grudges between the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the world. The teachers were only allowed to teach. As for the teachers, they were allowed to talk freely at the dining table outside the school. The sword cultivators of the lineage of the criminal officials disagreed. They felt that the lineage of the hidden officials should not decide the teachers who chose to impart knowledge. Even if the lineage of the hidden officials was the leader, the lineage of the criminal officials should be secondary. They should not be completely excluded. Because of this, there was a huge uproar. The first meeting of the ancestral hall was to discuss this small matter. The sword cultivators of the hidden officials were mostly outside surveying the terrain. After receiving the message from the flying swords, only Guo Zhujiu and Gu Jianlong returned to the city. The lineage of the criminal officials had more than 10 people. They were all sword cultivators of the Earth Immortal Realm. However, Qi Shou and Nianxin, the 2 second-in-command of the criminal officials, did not appear. Qi Shou was outside the city. He was personally in charge of opening up a mansion on the first mountain. As for Nianxin, other than occasionally hiding from the martial arts newbies of the Winter Palace to teach fist techniques, she had always been drifting around. It was clear that she had no intention of meddling with the authority of the criminal officials. As a result, the lineage of the criminal officials, which had the most people and the highest combat power, was unknowingly divided into 3 mountains. The camp of the criminal officials led by Qi Shou was equivalent to gathering half of the battle power of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The rest were led by 2 old nascent soul sword cultivators. Most of them were elderly and did not get along with Qi Shou. Lastly, there was Nianxin. Together with the 12 seemingly dispensable children, the second-in-command of the criminal officials seemed to have become a comical child king. However, in the current city, cultivation would be divided into 3 paths in the future. Sword cultivators would take a step back. The rest of the Qi cultivators would take a step back and become pure martial artists. In reality, the latest breakthrough of every sword cultivator and pure martial artist would be a major event that was tacitly understood. The former was slightly better. Apart from Ningyao reaching the unpolished Jade realm, there were sword cultivators of all realms after all. As the first breakthrough of a realm in this world, one's luck was ultimately limited. Only the 2 accompanying saints of the Aquarius continent did not make a move. Qiayun sneered, "Little junior brother, don't insult the Great Wall of Sword Qi, okay?" Firen smiled, "That's true." Qiayun said, "Baiying, Yangji, Fei Fei, and Huang Wuan, these 4 are restrained at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, after arriving at the vast world, it's the easiest for them to obtain military merits. It's a pity that Huang Wuan's luck is too bad. Otherwise, he's proficient in breaking formations and can easily accumulate military merits." Yang Ji and Fei Fei were both monarch great demons that attained the water path. The ocean was vast. Other than helping to open the path, they were also suitable for attacking the fate of a continent. Huang Wan could help to open the door. After coming ashore, after every battle, it would be Bai Ying's turn to use her abilities. However, the white ape was only one step away from completely killing Zhong Kuei of the Great Fu Academy. This was a little troublesome. Other than that, the Lushui pit disappeared into thin air. This was not a small accident. However, it was not a big problem. That Tongye continent could not be defended for long. Firen said softly, Great Wall of Sword Chi Chin Pingan, left and right of Tongye continent, and Chui Dong of Aquarius continent. Chiayun smiled, they're all going to die anyway. At the cliff of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Li Shen came to the side of the gray robe. The closest group of sword cultivators to this place were Lu Bai, Yu Si, and Xiao Tan, who were all potential sword immortals of the first entry tent. Only Zhu Gong did not train at the top of the wall. Instead, he followed his master to the vast world. It was said that the bearded man was going to attack Qin Chunan of South Hausa continent. Li Zhen smiled and asked, Senior Dragon Monarch, why aren't you at the top of the wall? There are many opponents worthy of Senior Dragon Monarch's sword in the vast world. For example, Qin Chunan or Sun Yuan of Tongye continent. The Dragon Monarch said hoarsely, they will die. The Dragon Monarch said, therefore, you sword immortal embryos should quickly break through and seize more sword Dao fate. The other side of the wall will lose something to rely on. When I feel impatient, all the sword cultivators who have not broken through and have not grasped a sword intent will have to take my sword. Help me spread the word. Li Zhen was horrified. It would not be his turn to take the Dragon Monarch's sword. Li Zhen felt terrible. Could it be that the dead Qin Qingdo still had some tricks up his sleeve? Li Zhen looked at the other side and frowned. That person. If that was the case, why didn't the Dragon Monarch fight back when he attacked? Li Zhen thought quickly and asked curiously, Senior, why are you telling me this? The Dragon Monarch said, you don't think of yourself as a clairvoyant, but I think of you as one. Li Zhen smiled, only Senior Dragon Monarch would say this. I dare not be angry. Previously, under Li Zhen's suggestion, the Jiazi camp had already given the order that all demons were not allowed to get close to the other half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. They would not give that person a chance to temper his body. Not only that, that person could only watch the flood of demons below him. If he did not watch, it would be as if he was the only one in the world. Didn't he like to be in the limelight? Since ancient times, saints and heroes were lonely. Let Qin Pingan be. Li Zhen walked to the edge of the cliff and shouted at the top of his voice, Master Hidden Official, can we have a chat? The Dragon Monarch said, don't shout. In the past 3 days, he just broke his elixir and formed his elixir again. Now he is preparing to form his nascent soul. He has no time to talk to you. After he reaches the nascent soul realm, I advise you not to come here anymore. Li Zhen was stunned for a long time. 694. In the pouring rain, a man walked out of the thatched cottage by the river. He walked in the rain, his clothes not wet. Standing by the river, raindrops the size of soybeans rapidly hit the surface of the river. It was extremely noisy. The rain and the night made the world even darker and gloomier. When the Tongye sect was at its peak, it had a vast territory of more than 1,200 li. It was the territory of the Tongye sect. It was like a human dynasty, mainly because it was abundant in spiritual qi and suitable for cultivation. After that incident, the monkeys scattered when the tree fell. A dozen vassal forces left the Tongye sect one after another, causing the territory of the Tongye sect to shrink sharply. There were 3 choices. One was to directly establish their own mountain and change the earliest mountain alliance contract with the Tongye sect ancestral hall from vassals to allies. They would occupy a piece of land with good feng shui that the Tongye sect had carved out in the past, but they would not have to pay a sum of immortal money. This was still considered generous. There were also immortal sects that directly turned to the Jade Gui sect or signed contracts with neighboring dynasties to serve as dragon support. The rain gradually lessened. 3 guests came to the thatched cottage by the river. One of them was a purple-robed immortal. It was the master of the Tongya sect, Fu Lingqing, who had fought with the left and right several times. The immortal realm belonged to the realm of immortals who had forcefully broken through the bottleneck of the unpolished Jade realm. This caused the Great Tao to be damaged, forever stopping at the immortal realm. Fu Lingqing's breakthrough was an act of helplessness. Otherwise, if the Tongya sect did not have a powerful immortal overseeing it, they would not have been able to protect their crumbling ancestral property. From this, one could see the difference in personality between Fu Lingqing and Du Mao. Beside Fu Lingqing was a young man and woman. The woman was dressed in a golden robe and a red silk skirt. Outside the skirt, there was a dragon fairy dress that looked like it was floating in the clouds. On her feet, there was a pair of embroidered shoes that came from 100 Flowers' blessed land. The elegant young man was called Li Wanyong. He carried a long sword on his back called Qi Seal. It was one of the few killing treasures of the Tongya sect. Yu Axian and the sword cultivator Li Wanyong, together with Du Yan and Qin Shuahu, were the 4 people who were known as the resurgence of the younger generation of the Tongya sect. They grew extremely quickly and were all top-notch cultivators. This was the foundation of a large sect. Even if Tongyi sect's vitality was greatly damaged, the only thing they lost to Jade Gui's sect in terms of cultivators was actually the loss of sect master Jiang Shangjin, who had a promising great Tao, and sect master Wei Ying, who was too talented. Putting aside Jiang Shangjin and Wei Ying, the Tongya sect was still not too far away from the Yugui sect in other aspects. As for the upper 5 realms consecrators and guests, they were able to move their chairs out of the Tongya sect's ancestral hall. As long as Yu Axian and the other 3 grew up smoothly, 2 of them would be able to ascend to the pure Jade realm. Especially the sword cultivator Li Wanyong, he would also be able to move back in the future without hurting the harmony. The sect master, Fu Lingqing, came to the left and right side and greeted Mr. Zhua. He nodded to the left and right. Fu Lingqing said, including our Tongya sect, all the immortals fairies, talisman boats, and everything close to the Qi cultivators have been requisitioned by the academy. They have begun to transport the coastal people away from their homes to seek refuge. It is inevitable that some of the immortals are unwilling to help in order to protect themselves. After the academy's reprimand, it can only be said that the situation has improved slightly, but the overall situation is difficult to change. However, Jiang Shangjin has already taken the lead to open the prohibition of the blessed land of Cloud Cave and accept the people under the jurisdiction of Jade Gui sect. As for the 4 symbols formation, it can be activated at any time to resist the changes in the timing and location of the demon army. Speaking of Jiang Shangjin and his Cloud Cave blessed land, Fu Lingqing was somewhat impressed. Once a large number of ordinary people entered, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth would gradually be divided and contaminated. What was originally a high-grade blessed land would fall to a middle-grade blessed land. And this kind of decline was almost irreversible, unlike the path-seeking cultivators. This was because the quality of the blessed land was actually the spiritual qi that was thrown out by the immortal money. Once the spiritual qi was divided up by millions of ordinary teachers, it would at most be divided into a negligible portion to prolong one's life. But for the cultivators in the blessed land, it was like the sky was lowering. The suppression of the Great Way was becoming more and more obvious, and the attainment of the Great Way was becoming more and more inferior. Therefore, if Fu Lingqing was in charge of the blessed land of Cloud Cave, just the matter of suppressing the local cultivators in the blessed land would be very troublesome and difficult. And in history, the mountaintops and cultivators of the Tongya continent were known for their habit of minding their own business. For example, until now, the Tongya continent still did not have a cross-continent ferry. On the other hand, the the little Aquarius continent and the old dragon city had several fairies. In addition, there were no sword immortals who went to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to train, and the lower sects of the world would not choose the Tongya continent, etc. Left and right said, Jiang Shangzhen has finally done something. Something that humans did. If he had known earlier, he would have been more polite when he passed by the Great Spring Dynasty's Mirage City on his sword. Fu Lingqing did not reply. After all, Jiang Shangzhen was now the sect master of the Jade sect. Although the person with the highest realm was still the old sect master Sun Yuan, according to the rules of the mountain, in name, Jiang Shangzhen was already worthy of being the leader of the continent's immortals, just like Fu Lingqing in the past. Fu Lingqing was very clear that the name of the path of peaceful world was very beneficial to the sect. But in the chaotic world, this name would be very deadly. Fu Lingqing changed the topic and said with emotion, if we had the ferry of the Aquarius continent, it would be much more convenient to transfer the people to the mountain for protection. Left and right shook his head and said, other than the Song clan who is confident of annexing a continent, there are not many dynasties that dare to borrow money to build the ferry of the mountains. That kind of unimaginable ferry was worthy of its name to refine mountains and rivers. Its scale was even more exaggerated than the cross-continent ferry in the world. The Song clan had the chance to build it because they had the support of the Mo clan's branch and main branch. Fu Lingqing said with emotion, after the truth came to light, I knew that the emperor of a country was more courageous than the immortal masters on the mountain. It's a pity that I won't have the chance to visit the late emperor of Dali. With one's selfishness, with one's own desires, he could also do a magnificent feat of turning the tide. Currently, all the cultivators on the mountain of the world had seen and remembered the foresight of the Aquarius continent's imperial tutor Cui Dong joining forces with the Song clan. Left and right did not comment on this. Left and right had a personal grudge with Cui Dong in the past. Left and right would not ignore Cui Dong's actions for the sake of public affairs. Otherwise, when they reunited at the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Cui Dong Shan would not have been simply slashed out of the city. Li Wanyong said softly, it's a pity that the accompanying sages of the Confucian temple guarding the sky screen do not have any real combat strength. The Confucian school had two factions, one in the light and one in the dark. The 72 academies of the Confucian school had 72 mountain masters, nascent soul, jade, and immortal. Other than that, there were many accompanying sages of the Confucian temple guarding the sky screen and monitoring the world. There was also a portion of the sages of the Confucian temple who wandered through the long river of time to find and open up blessed lands to integrate into the territory of the vast world. For example, the newly opened Fifth World. Another portion of the sages followed the Sage of Rights to resist some extremely troublesome ancient gods and secretly protect the entire vast world from being destroyed. Unlike the Chancellor of the Academies and the Mountain Masters of the Academies, the fall of these accompanying sages was often unknown to the world and not recorded. Even the cultivators on the mountain did not know about it, let alone the mortals below the mountain. This young sword cultivator who was known as the second Fu Lingqing was still young and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He went against left and right and almost had his sword heart destroyed by left and right. If not for the sect master taking a sword for him and Yu Axian pleading for him, Li Wanyong would probably not have anything to do with the four people of the Tongyi sect. What Li Wanyong said was also the truth. The accompanying sages of the Confucian temple guarding every continent of the vast world were in charge of monitoring the cultivators of the upper 5 realms of the continent. They especially had to pay attention to the immortal and ascendant realm cultivators at the peak of the mountain. They never went to the human world and only looked at the lights of the human world year after year. When the ascendant realm Du Mao of the Tongyi continent left the sect to travel across continents to the old dragon city of the Aquarius continent, he needed the permission of the sage above. The venerable fire dragon of the North continent also needed it when he went on a long journey. There were many ascendant realm cultivators who had their requests rejected. Therefore, the ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain, who laughed and said that the peak of the vast world did not have any freedom at all. It was not a lie. The vast world restrained the strong the most. As for the strong people in the school of Confucianism, there was no need to say much. The outcome of accompanying the sages of the Confucian temple was the greatest proof. Some of the principles that made people very uncomfortable had fallen on the Confucian school of Confucianism. That was why those ascendant realm old immortals could only pinch their noses and endure it. It was okay to complain, but after complaining, please continue to abide by the etiquette. This way, when the people at the peak of the mountain went down the mountain, they would not casually sneeze or stomp their feet, and thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in the human world would not be in turmoil. Fu Lingqing was furious. Li Wanyong. Be careful with your words. Li Wanyong's face turned slightly pale. The cultured and elegant sect master was rarely so angry. He said to the left and right, "You don't have to put on an act in front of me." Fu Lingqing almost suffered internal injuries. The sect master of the Tongyi sect really respected the Confucian sages from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, these sages of the Confucian temple had returned to the human world at the cost of their lives. It was of great significance. Protecting the environment of the continent could allow the cultivators of the various continents to occupy the right time and place, and greatly reduce the strength of the demon race's attacks before and after they came ashore. It allowed the great array of the continent and the great mountain guarding array of the various mountains to be connected to heaven and earth. For example, the great array of the Tongyi sect, Wudong Heavenly Umbrella, was more stable than when Zhuozhuo asked for the sword alone back then. Zhuozhuo said, "Although what Li Wanyong said is unpleasant, it is the truth. There is a limit to human strength, and the sages are no exception. We are all the same." The sages of the northern sky screen of the Tongyi continent who secretly allowed Du Mao to leave the realm had now landed in the human world of the Fuyao continent. Like the other sages, they did not speak any bold words. It was just that the matters of the world were complicated. As scholars, they spoke of their merits and demerits, criticizing each other. In name, they were reasonable, but in reality, they were quarreling to determine victory and defeat. Therefore, it was very easy for a chicken to talk to a duck, and each had their own reasons. If it was simple, it was nothing more than discussing the matter as it was. Both sides were willing to admit that a person was not a sage, and that no one could be faultless. Only in this way could they train each other and walk on the path of the great Tao. Li Wanyong was clearly surprised and curious that this extremely arrogant sword immortal would speak up for him. He glanced at the young sword cultivator. "Among the four of you, you were the first to have the will to die. Therefore, there are some things that you can say directly. But don't forget, speaking from the heart is not complaining, especially for sword cultivators." Li Wanyong hated hearing such words the most. He felt that Zhuozhuo was looking down on him and using righteousness to suppress him. "Did I, Li Wanyong, need an outsider like you to comment on how I, Li Wanyong, should attack?" Yu Axan was a little anxious, afraid that Li Wanyong would say something angry again. Therefore, she quickly reminded Li Wanyong telepathically that Zhuozhuo had some words to say. Li Wanyong did not dare to contradict Zhuozhuo directly. However, the Zhuozhuo in his heart. What Zhuozhuo? A sword cultivator arrived on his sword. It was Wang Shizi, who returned from the Great Wall of Sword Qi with Zhuozhuo. He was a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Oris core stage. He often received pointers from Zhuozhuo on his swordsmanship. He already had hopes of breaking through the bottleneck. In the past 14 years, he ascended the top of the city 3 times and went out of the city twice to fight. Among the Oris core sword cultivators, his battle achievements were considered average. For a sword cultivator who cultivated in the wilderness, this might seem ordinary, but it was actually a rather impressive battle record. More importantly, Wang Shizi risked his life to attack every time, but he was never seriously injured. There were no hidden dangers in his cultivation. In Zhuo's words, he was tenacious. In the future, he would be Wang Shizi's sword immortal and would not be able to escape. Wang Shizi clasped his fists and said, "Senior Zhuo, sect leader Fu." Then, he nodded at Yu Axian and Li Wanyong. The two prodigies of the Tongya sect also returned the greeting. Towards this Wang Shizi, who was originally not very famous on the Tongya continent, the four young people from Zhongxing sect were very impressed. It turned out that although Wang Shizi was a sword cultivator, before he went to inverted Hanging Mountain, he liked to travel the mountains and rivers alone. Moreover, he had always concealed his identity and did not rely on any of the sections. After he reached the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm, he quietly crossed the continent and went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Over there, he quickly broke through to the Core Formation realm. This time, he followed Zhuo back to his hometown and was busy in the Tongya sect. Then, this Wang Shizi, who had the aura of a sword immortal, gradually became known. Wang Shizi was about the same age as Zhuo. He liked to call Zhuo senior from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps he had received Zhuo's instructions, but Wang Shizi did not know anything about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. At most, he would talk about the local conditions and customs there. Wang Shizi was a mountain cultivator of the Tongya continent. Zhuo's original intention was for Wang Shizi to go to the more stable Yugui sect, but Wang Shizi insisted on staying in the Tongya sect. These years, he helped the Tongya sect to supervise the construction of the big formation. Now, he had a good relationship with Du Yan and Qin Shuohu. Occasionally, when there were conflicts, such as when he had a huge disagreement with the Yin-Yang sect's formation master and the Mahis sect's mechanism master, Wang Shizi would be recommended by the Tongya sect's cultivators to brace himself and ask Zhuo for help. Wang Shizi concisely talked about the troublesome matter between the Tongya sect and the foreign cultivators. Fu Lingqing immediately gave a suggestion, and the Tongya sect took the lead to compromise. Zhuo nodded without any objections. Wang Shizi bid farewell and left on his sword. The heavy rain stopped. Li Wanyong followed the sect master and traveled on his sword to check on the placement of some of the key mountains. Zhuo stood in the same place. For some reason, the girl did not leave with him. In the vast world, people's hearts were like ducks in the water. Zhuo saw that she did not intend to leave, so he turned around and asked, "Miss Yu, is there anything I can help you with?" Yu Axian plucked up her courage and asked, Zhuo, there are 9 mighty towers in the vast world. There is the sword-suppressing tower in the South Sa continent, which is said to be guarded by the sword celestial Chao Shi from the Lizhu cave heaven. There is also a mountain-suppressing tower in the Fuyao continent. Why is there no mighty tower in the Tongya continent? Zhuo said, actually, there is. It is an important demon-suppressing tower. It is the Taoist temple of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. There are only 2 blessed lands in the world that are connected. The Lotus Blossom Blessed Land in the Tongya continent is connected to the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land of the Daoist ancestor. However, the temple master ascended to the Qingming world and wanted to seek Dao with the Daoist ancestor. Since the Confucian temple did not stop him, they must have made an agreement. Yu Axian asked curiously, this is a matter of great importance. Why didn't the Confucian temple discuss with the old temple master to delay his ascension? Or let the old temple master leave the demon-suppressing tower for the academy to manage? Now that the demon army is invading, won't they have a greater chance of winning? The 9 grand suppression towers of the vast world were mountain suppression, country suppression, sea suppression, demon suppression, immortal suppression, sword suppression, dragon suppression, and white marsh suppression. Suiyu shook his head and said, "There are many things that our Confucian school is too strenuous and unrewarding. For example, we allow the 100 schools of thought to contend in the world, we don't exterminate the demon race, we give the secular dynasties the authority of the gods of mountains and rivers, and we don't specifically participate in the changes of the dynasties below the mountain. There have always been disputes within the Confucian temple. Among the academies, and among the literary lineages, there have always been disputes over the knowledge of the sages within a single literary lineage. Left and right said, reasoning is the most exhausting thing. I've never been good at this kind of thing. According to Buddhism, I'm at most a self-committed Han. Even after learning the sword, I'm still the same. In terms of imparting knowledge, Mao Xiaodong had the highest chance of inheriting the teacher's legacy. However, due to his limited knowledge and cultivation potential, as well as the teacher's experience, Mao Xiaodong, who was unwilling to leave the sage of literature's lineage, couldn't do anything. As a result, Mao Xiaodong had to personally make a trip to the Middle Plains to ask for the title of one of the 72 academies for the Cliff Academy. Fortunately, I have a junior brother who's good at reasoning with others. He's worth looking forward to. However, it was unknown whether the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, which had just been promoted to a medium blessed land for a few years, would return to its original state after returning to Luopa Mountain and become an inferior blessed land with thin spiritual energy. After all, once the refugees returned home, they would bring along the spiritual energy with them. The more people there were, the more faith and spiritual energy they carried, the more the Lotus Flower Blessed Land would be damaged. Wei Pai looked into the distance and thought of the sinister landscape travel book. He muttered, "Chen Pingon, oh Chen Pingon, is it necessary? Is it worth it?" Miyu smiled and said, "Wei Shanjun, it seems like you still don't understand our mountain lord, or rather, you don't understand the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Aura." Miyu turned to the black-clothed girl who was silently eating melon seeds and asked with a smile, "Little Mealy, how do you write the couplet in the shop that sells the Mute Lake wine?" Zhou Mealy quickly put down the melon seeds and picked up the golden carrying pole on the table. She stood up and said in a clear voice, "Sword immortal 3-foot sword," looking around blankly, "Where is the enemy? The hero is lonely." Zhou Mealy moistened her throat and continued to shout in an even louder voice, "2 taels of wine in a cup, with you to quench the sorrows of the ages, until we are drunk, what is money?" The little girl raised the golden carrying pole in her hand high. "Look, I have the golden carrying pole, what is money?" Miyu drank a big mouthful of wine and thought of the past. It snowed in the summer palace, and the hidden official's sword cultivators built a snowman together. The young hidden official and his disciple Guozhujiu laughed and said a sentence. "I don't believe that the world is so bad." Miyu felt that even today, standing here, the young hidden official would still think so and firmly believe it. That was because some knowledge had little to do with the way the world was. At the Yang family's shop, the shop assistant named Yang Hua had a rare smile on his face because he recognized the woman who came today. She was Li Lu, Li Er's daughter, and Li Huai, that little bastard's older sister. In the past, Yang Hua still had some thoughts, but the elders in his family didn't agree, saying that it wasn't about money. When Yang Hua asked again, the elders only said that it was the old master's idea and didn't agree, telling him to give up. However, Li Lu, who had always been alone, was accompanied by a fat woman in coarse hemp clothes today. She was a bit of an eyesore. Yang Hua couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. For a woman to be so fat, how much could she eat? The woman smiled shyly at him, giving Yang Hua a fright. The woman lifted the curtain and stood sideways. When Li Lu stepped into the backyard, the woman put down the curtain and smiled at Yang Hua again. Yang Hua looked at the mountain-like woman behind the counter and secretly raised his arm. He felt that even a big man like himself wasn't her match. Li Lu sat on a bamboo chair that creaked as soon as she sat down. This was the handiwork of her younger brother, Li Huai. The woman who carried the entire waterhole with her stood behind Li Lu, not daring to breathe loudly. Because she knew the identity of the old man sitting on the steps and smoking. In the ancient era, he was in charge of one of the two immortal promotion platforms. A woman in green landed in the courtyard on a sword and sat on the bench in the corridor. Old man Yang tapped his pipe on the stairs and said, "That's how it is. If you succeed and protect Aquarius continent, then it will be a great merit. If you can't, then it will be a disaster. In the past, I have been restricting the two of you, but after this, you can do whatever you want." When the woman saw the woman in green who was only at the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm, she was shocked and horrified. It was a completely unreasonable instinct. The woman wasn't stupid. After all, she was an Ascendant Realm great demon who was familiar with the past. Thinking of Li Lu's real body, she immediately guessed the identity of the unfamiliar woman. The supreme deity sat on the throne and looked down on the world. The sun boiled the sea and refined all living things. Wherever the sun shone, it was the territory. At first, the woman became more and more cautious. Gradually, her entire face and eyes began to change, and her ferocious nature erupted. After all, a great demon was an ascendant realm true to her name. Even if she was extremely afraid, once she reached the limit, her nature would be revealed. As an ascendant realm cultivator, how could she just wait for death? She had to kill with all her might. Ruan Xiao slowly retracted her gaze from the woman. She took out an embroidered handkerchief, picked up a piece of cake, and chewed slowly. Li Lu said, "I'm fine with it. It's up to her." Ruan Xiao nodded. "I only have one request. No matter if it's successful or not, the merit of the Confucian Temple must be credited to the Dragon Spring Sword sect. It can be halved." Old Yang hesitated for a moment. "I'll discuss this with Cui Dong. Since you're willing to have it, it shouldn't be a big problem." Li Lu said, "Then I'll do the same. It'll be credited to Li Huai." Old Yang said angrily, "Why are you giving it to him? Does that brat need it? He'll find it too heavy to step on dog poop shoes." Li Lu smiled and immediately dismissed the idea. However, Li Lu took out the red string she got from Li Huai and tossed it to Old Yang. She sneered and said, "What do you mean? She's trying to take advantage of my younger brother. Is she tired of living? Why don't I use my merit to exchange for her life? Is that enough?" Old Yang frowned and said, "You don't have to worry about this. I'll clean up the mess." Ruan Xiao suddenly asked, "What's the matter with that travel book?" Old Yang sneered, "There are two branches in the family. One branch wants to be an official historian. They're trying their best to break away from the status of an official historian. They're unwilling to be a descendant of a branch of history. They hope to prove their great Tao through a blessed land of white paper. The other branch wants to be an unofficial historian. The latter has a great plan." Old Yang waved his smoking pipe. "You don't have to care about these things. It's urgent to break through the realm and ascend to the Jade Urn realm. Now you don't have to hide too much." Ruan Xiao glanced at the woman who had finished the pastries in her hand. Once she killed her, she would have a chance to go directly to the immortal realm. Li Lu said coldly, "Ruan Xiao, restrain yourself." Ruan Xiao languid sat on the bench, squinted and asked with a smile, "Who are you?" The woman was uneasy. This was a real fight between immortals. 695. In a forbidden land in the Central Plains, within a radius of 100 li, the scenery was enchanting. There was only a single two-story building that looked like a small study that had been plucked from the courtyard of a wealthy family. The plaque wasn't big, but its meaning was great. Suppressed by Zay. In the middle of the hall, there was a portrait of the Holy Master. If it wasn't for the plaque revealing the secrets of heaven, cultivators who entered this place by mistake would think that the owner of this place was a Confucian disciple living in seclusion. A middle-aged man was flipping through a book. Every year, gentlemen and sages from the Book of Rites Learning Palace would send books here. They didn't care about the topic, whether it was the exegesis of the sages, the notes of the scholars, or the strange. The Book of Knowledge would be placed on a small mountain at the edge of the Forbidden Land. The small mountain wasn't anything special. There was only a broken stone tablet on the ground, and one could vaguely see the words, "Spring King's first month reign shook the Book of Books." The gentlemen and sages only needed to place the book on the stone tablet, and a woman would come to take the book and give it to her master, the great demon Bai Zai. Bai Zai put down the book and looked at the woman outside. He asked, "Are you worried that the situation in the Tongya continent will affect Madame Huan Sha, who broke her own tail?" Hearing the question, the woman immediately turned around and said respectfully, "Master, seeing the pitiful end of the Rain Dragon sect, I am indeed worried about Madame Huan Sha's safety." Madame Huan Sha wasn't just one of the 4 madams of the Hao Ran world, she was equally famous as Madame Qing Immortal Mountain, Madame Huanyan of the Plum Blossom Garden, and Madame Zhong Gui of the Moon Palace. She was also one of the 2 heavenly foxes of the Hao Ran world, 9-tailed. The other was the ancestor of the woman in the palace dress. The latter couldn't avoid the heavenly tribulation back then, so she could only go to Mount Longhu to seek the protection of that generation's heavenly master. Her fate was great, and she obtained the seal of the heavenly master seal. Not only did she survive the 5 thunder heavenly tribulation, she also successfully broke through to the ascendant realm. The woman in the palace dress had a bitter expression. She blamed Madame Huan Sha for abandoning the heavenly fox realm and staying out of the matter. If it were her, she wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Bai Zai came to the door. The woman in the palace dress moved slightly away from her master. She had been with her master for 1,000 years, and she didn't dare to break the rules. Bai Zai said, "Qingying, what do you think of the Hao Ran world?" The fox demon named Qingying replied, "In the desolate world, the demonic beast army's combat prowess is concentrated, and their hearts are focused on one thing. They are here to fight for territory, driven by profit." The Immortal and Ascendant Realm Experts. Immortal and Ascendant Realms. Immortal. Immortal, Ascendant and Ascendant. Years ago, because she revealed her thoughts and spoke without restraint, she was beaten to the bottom of a valley by her master on a snowy walkway in a small continent. She called out her real name and her tail was casually cut off by her master. Bai Zai said, "Just say it." Qingying received the decree and continued, "Tongya continent has been isolated since ancient times. They are used to living a comfortable life. Once the academy can't stop the cultivators from escaping, the immortals on the mountain will lead the dynasties below. The situation will deteriorate instantly. Only the matter of traveling to the North Continent made him swear that he would not go there. As for this trip to the Fuyao continent, Lu Yuzhou naturally would not stay in the Shanshui cavern. His cultivation was not enough. Qiao Xi was the first to leave the Shanshui cavern's ancestral hole. She planned to go somewhere else to relax. Yu Zhuanfu hesitated for a moment before following Qiao Xi. Zhou Xinji stroked his beard and smiled. He glanced at the sickly Huai Qian. This little brat had been shrewd and scheming since he was young. Zhou Xinji did not like him from the bottom of his heart. Back then, when the Yu family and Huai family got married, the old sword immortal had scolded old Yu for being obsessed. But it was the Yu family's matter. Zhou Xinji could scold him in private, but it could not change anything. Huai Qian bid farewell to the 2 sword immortal seniors and left. But he did not go the same way as Qiao Xi and Yu Zhuanfu. Lu Yuzhou hesitated for a moment before following Huai Qian. Lu Yuzhou asked softly, what happened? Can you tell me? Huai Qian smiled. I was too smart for my own good. I suffered enough in one go. That's what happened. Lu Yuzhou said carefully, don't blame me for being nosy. There's really nothing between Sister Yu and Chao Xi. Back at the ruins of the Jinjia continent, Chao Xi was purely helping Sister Yu teach boxing. I was watching. Huai Qian shook his head. I'm not blind. I know that Yu Zhuanfu has no feelings for Chao Xi. Chao Xi has even less feelings for Yu Zhuanfu. Besides, I didn't refuse the marriage arranged by the elders of both sides. It's not like I like it that much. Lu Yuzhou wanted to say something but stopped. Huai Qian said, it's not important at all what Yu Zhuanfu encountered or experienced at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Over at Chao Xi's side, Yu Zhuanfu smiled and asked, are you feeling a bit pressured? After all, he's also at the pinnacle stage. Chao Xi shook her head and looked towards the south. She was in high spirits. The 10 realms will determine who's the best. I'm waiting for him to come. I know that he doesn't care about winning or losing. But to lose 3 matches in a row in front of the woman he loves, he'll definitely want to get back at me. Chao Xi turned her head and smiled at Yu Zhuanfu. Yu Zhuanfu was eating a pancake with her head lowered. This was the only good thing about returning to the vast world. She raised her head and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Chao Xi asked, are you? Yu Zhuanfu blinked her eyes and said, I don't like Qin Pingan. I lost 3 matches to him at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Of course I want to get back at him. What are you thinking? It's not like Chao Xi. Chao Xi said, I want to ask you, when Qin Pingan returns to the vast world in the future, do you want to use the Wen Quan? Yu Zhuanfu chuckled. Chao Xi, you're a bit more talkative now. You're not quite the same as before. Chao Xi said, I'll reach the 10 realms here. Yu Zhuanfu nodded. I'll wait and see. Qin Pingan's punch just now, although the Dragon Monarch's sword seemed to be very understated, as if he had casually smashed the fist intent, this was the sword of a king's sword immortal. On the other side of the cliff, Lu Bai was still wearing that eye-catching bright red robe. It was a stark contrast to the grey robe of the dragon god. After reaching the peak of the mountain, even Lu Bai, who hated him to the core, had to admit that Lu Bai's fists were above the sky. Not to mention that the other party was also a sword cultivator with 2 extremely strange flying swords. How could she kill him? In fact, deep in her heart, if it weren't for the Dragon Monarch guarding here and staring at Qin Pingan, Lu Bai knew that she would most likely die in an instant if she practiced her sword here. However, it was the master's idea for her to practice here. The master said that in the future, her inner demon must be Qin Pingan. If she wanted to succeed in breaking through the realm, she must be prepared early and cultivate her heart well. Lu Bai tried to suppress the ripples in her heart and asked, Dragon Monarch, since his fist and sword are destined to return without success, why does he often come here to travel? Lu Bai had a deep understanding of the young recluse. He specifically asked the leader of the First Army, Mu Gu, and his senior brother, Si Qin, to ask for a detailed secret file about Qin Pingan. This foreigner from the Great Wall of Sword Qi was extremely meticulous and utilitarian. Especially in the battle, he was best at exchanging injuries for lives. He was definitely not a person who liked to put on airs. The Dragon Monarch smiled and said, because that mad dog doesn't want to really become a mad dog. Lu Bai was puzzled, but he no longer asked. He sat on the ground again to nourish his sword intent. After Qin Pingan's punch failed, his figure suddenly disappeared, and he instantly moved far away. It seemed that he was bored and had come here to take a breather and greet the Dragon Monarch. Chen Pingan stood on a city wall with a sword. He looked up at the sky. Although his vision was blurred, with the borrowed cultivation of the Jade Royal Realm, his perception of the flow of heaven and earth was clear. He knew that it was going to snow. Chen Pingan was indeed looking forward to the snow. As long as it snowed, it would not be too lonely. He could build a long row of snowmen. When the time came, looking from afar, it would be like a row of birds resting on a low branch. Chen Pingan previously entered the cave-dwelling realm in prison and became an immortal in the middle 5 realms. Entering the middle 5 realms was equivalent to crossing a natural moat. After that, the Sea-Viewing realm, the Dragon Gate realm, and the Jindan realm were like a hot knife through butter. Because in these 3 realms, other than the Jindan realm, there were other mysteries. Previously, in the Sea-Viewing realm and Dragon Gate realm, his efforts were only focused on the opening of acupoints. With his fake cultivation, he could shrink mountains and rivers without stopping, and his body would follow his thoughts. In the blink of an eye, he would move in a frenzy. However, such a situation that seemed like an immortal riding the wind had severe repercussions. It would cause Chen Pingan's soul to move further and further away from his body, causing Chen Pingan's state of mind to become more and more separated from his body. The grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain had clearly seen through Chen Pingan's predicament when he stopped Xiao Chua's punch. As long as there were no external forces to help Chen Pingan temper his body, it would be extremely difficult for Chen Pingan to stabilize his far-travel realm, let alone reach the pinnacle of the mountain peak realm. What made Chen Pingan the most helpless was that after the unification of Tao, he had completely lost the ability to calm his mind and forget about his body. Chen Pingan had tried meditating with old monks and Taoists, but it was all to no avail. Even Chen Pingan had used his half-baked white bone temple, and all his methods were to no avail. Even if Chen Pingan wanted to slack off and not cultivate qi, it would be difficult for him to do so. Otherwise, he would have nothing to do. Li Zhen was indeed not good at fighting, but he had a good brain. Coupled with the Dragon Monarch's methods, Chen Pingan might become the first pure martial artist in history to not be severely injured, but to drop his cultivation level. 2 blunt knives were cutting flesh. One was cutting the body of a martial artist, while the other was whittling away half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The moon-bearing mountain 100 sword immortals behind the Dragon Monarch were all genius sword cultivators. They nurtured their flying swords, sharpened their sword wills, and constantly gained the recognition of ancient sword wills. Bit by bit, they absorbed the fate of the sword. The more they gained, the more Chen Pingan lost. It was another slow torment in his state of mind. It was as if he could only wait for death. Chen Pingan was prepared for such a situation. In his early years in the Summer Palace, he began to walk alone and slowly. However, he still underestimated the consequences of fusing with the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He was like a lonely ghost, drifting around half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the end, it could not solve the real problem. It would also damage the body of a martial artist bit by bit. However, once he stood or sat down, no matter how much Chen Pingan liked to review things, after more than 30 years, no matter how many mountains and rivers he had traveled, experienced, and seen, how many stories he had seen, how could he withstand dozens of repetitive deliberations and pondering over the details? The words that Chen Pingan engraved on the bamboo slips were also repeatedly recited by Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan once tried to take out something close to him to relieve his boredom, such as counting the immortal coins. However, the Dragon Monarch almost slashed him into pieces. Other than cultivation, he could only cultivate. Otherwise, if he continued to stay on the city wall for less than a year, Chen Pingan would feel like he had spent a long and slow 60-year cycle. If it was like this for a year, what if it was 5 years, 10 years, 100 years, or 1,000 years? He would go crazy. Chen Pingan could only calm his mind and focus on his cultivation. He broke through realms very quickly. However, after forming his core, the nascent soul realm that seemed not far away, the nascent soul realm that was only a step away from becoming a sword immortal, suddenly made Chen Pingon feel uneasy. Especially once he successfully reached the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Chen Pingon once looked calm and composed when he was at the demonic frost descent from beyond heaven, but he was actually very afraid. There were many places to visit and many people to visit along the way. Wei Taizhen did not understand why they insisted on traveling on foot. It was not close to Spring Dew Garden from Skeleton Beach. But she did not dare to say a word. On this day, they left the official road and followed a small path into a deep mountain forest. Finally, they followed a small path with obvious scratches on the ground and quickly climbed up the mountain. Pei Qian gently waved his walking stick. Mountain Lord Tiger suddenly appeared and did not block my path. The wind is high and the moon is dark and gloomy. All the people in the wilderness turn back. What should we do? Li Huai answered, run away quickly. Oh, it's quite a rhyme. You flatter me. Pei Qian suddenly stopped talking and lightly jumped onto a high branch. He looked up at the road above and floated down to the ground. There are people ahead, but they look like a group of scholars. Judging from their footsteps, they don't seem to be martial artists, nor are they mountain spirits or ghosts. Li Huai said, then they are like us. They don't have money and can't afford to take the immortal ferry. Pei Qian stopped again and listened carefully. Wei Taizhen was puzzled and then shocked. This Pei Qian had heard about the movement on the mountain earlier than her. Although Wei Taizhen did not take his golden core realm seriously and always felt that he was just an unorthodox fox charm, the keen perception of a golden core realm was not something an ordinary martial artist could compare with. Therefore, it did not make sense. However, when Wei Taizhen thought about it again, it seemed that what made sense was what made sense. She had been with Pei Qian and Li Huai for a long time. It would be strange if she did not find it strange. Pei Qian said to Li Huai, there are woodcutters at the top of the mountain cutting trees. They don't know that there are people below. The trees will slide down the road and hurt the people in front. You guys should also be careful. Just hide on the sides. Pei Qian first glanced back at the wooden mountain path she came from. After confirming that there was no one, she bent down slightly and tapped the ground with the tip of her foot. Her figure was as fast as lightning, but she did not make a sound. She quickly arrived a dozen steps away from the group of scholars. Pei Qian stood sideways. Facing a tree trunk that was rapidly sliding down the mountain, she stretched out her foot and lifted the tree trunk high up into the air. It landed on the small path behind the group of scholars. At the same time, she gently shook her wrist so that the tree trunk would not crash into the ground and knock down too much. She used her fist intent to lift the tree trunk a little and gently landed on the ground. Afterwards, there were tree trunks that continuously slid down the mountain. They were all lifted up by Pei Qian one by one and gently landed on the ground. When the last tree trunk came to Pei Qian's side, she lifted it up with the tip of her foot. She leaned back and stood on the tree trunk. Together with it, she landed on the mountain path and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The group of scholars that seemed to have taken a trip around the gates of hell were all dumbfounded. They looked at each other in dismay. After surviving a calamity, they rejoiced. Then they felt confused. Why did that girl fly away? She did not even give them a chance to say thank you. Pei Qian stood on the tree trunk and slid all the way to Li Huai and Wei Taizhen. She gently stepped on the tree trunk and stopped it from falling. Seeing Li Huai and Wei Taizhen in a daze, she asked, let's continue on our way. Pei Qian jumped down from the tree trunk and silently said, let's go. She gently pushed the tree trunk with her walking stick. The tree trunk continued to slide down the mountain path. Then Pei Qian led them to another mountain path. She did not want to meet the group of scholars face to face. Li Huai had always done whatever Pei Qian said. He walked beside Pei Qian. Wei Taizhen could not help but ask, "Miss Pei, what realm are you in as a martial artist?" Pei Qian turned her head and smiled. "I am thousands of miles away from my master. Now I am only in the 6th realm. On top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Chen Pingan continued to walk the 6-step stance. His steps were extremely slow and his punches were extremely slow. He suddenly thought of something and smiled a little. He wondered if his first disciple was in the 5th realm. 697. Chen Pingan stopped his stance and turned to look outside the city wall. More than 1,000 feet away, there was an unexpected visitor hovering in the air on his sword. The number 1 of moon-bearing mountain's 100 sword deities, alias Fei Ran, liked to show himself as a green-robed swordsman. Fei Ran smiled and said, "Good fist." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Don't steal it, don't be shameless." This Fei Ran was the same as that official, he didn't have the slightest demeanor of a sword cultivator. Fei Ran shook his head and said, "I really can't learn it." Previously, he followed the great monster Qiayun to Haoren Heaven and used his military merits to exchange for Luhua Island from Moon-bearing Mountain. Fei Ran's choice was a bit surprising. Otherwise, with his status, it wouldn't be difficult for him to occupy half of the old site of Rain Dragon Sect. Therefore, many military tents guessed that Fei Ran had taken a fancy to the Cave of Fortune on Luhua Island. Most likely, there was another cave that wasn't discovered by passers-by, and then Fei Ran took advantage of it. Chen Pingan glanced at Fei Ran and shifted his gaze. Dozens of miles away from the city wall, there was a huge snowstorm. It was especially magnificent. Unfortunately, it was blocked by the Dragon King and couldn't land on the city wall. Fei Ran followed the young hidden official's gaze and turned to look at the snow. He turned back and said with a smile, "When I was young, I studied under Mr. Zhou. I liked to flip through the beautiful poems from Haoren Heaven. My imagination was magnificent. Unfortunately, Mr. Zhou's standards were high. When he compiled poems, he usually only used exquisite words and deleted those that didn't meet his eyes. Among them, there was a poem that praised the snow. 5 Ding defeated the clouds with a sword, 300,000 jade dragons died in battle." Fei Ran spoke to the young hidden official with his skillful Haoren Heaven. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "The full poem goes, 5 Ding defeated the clouds with a sword, straight to the imperial capital under the Milky Way. 300,000 jade dragons died in battle, defeated by the wind. Your old fox Tong Tian only took half, it's not a big problem. His standards may not be high, but it's not low." Fei Ran nodded and said, "I see, I've learned something." Earlier on the battlefield, Chen Pingan and Fei Ran fought once. They had a bit of fighting spirit and strength, but there was no clear winner. Moreover, the two sides were not really fighting each other. At that time, both sides still had too many tricks up their sleeves. In Chen Pingan's mind, the likes of Firen and Shurchen had the greatest potential to deal with the vast world. They were not just proficient in killing on the battlefield. After experiencing this huge battle, Chen Pingan truly understood a principle. Sword immortals were indeed extremely lethal. Great demons' dharma spells were naturally extremely powerful. However, under the vast and mighty forces, they appeared insignificant. As long as Firen and her subordinates were willing to work hard, they would be able to help the demon sovereigns in the wildlands. In fact, they might even be able to change the customs of the people. In some ways, they would be able to change the lands that had been taken over by the demon sovereigns. Now, what Qin Pingan was most worried about was that the various demon sovereigns were studying and figuring out the detailed steps of the Dali steel cavalry of the Aquarius continent. He wanted to know exactly how they were going to mend the broken mountains and rivers and win over the hearts of the people. Then, they would turn around and use it on the Tongyi continent or Fuyao continent. Just like the Jiaxin tent, the young man who was not a sword cultivator. Firen shook her head. Zhonglu has been staying at the ruins of the gate. He hugs his sword and dozes off all day. His choice is different from Xiao Chua and the Luoshan bamboo nunnery. Chen Pingan nodded. That's good. Otherwise, Chen Pingan would feel sorry for the wine that was given away. Firen smiled. The Dragon Monarch and the Moon-supporting mountain will not give you the 1 in 10 chance of becoming a martial artist and a jade unpolished sword cultivator at the same time. I'm guessing that when you reach the late stage of the peak realm or the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm, the Dragon Monarch will call for a senior of the same realm. If it is not Lu Cha, it will be that old ape. They will smash the city you are on and try to break your physique and sword heart. In short, they will not let you break through too easily. They will also prevent you from going crazy and giving up half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi to escape to the wilderness. So you are destined not to go to the 100,000 mountains where the old blind man is. You don't have to guess. Li Zhen must have told the Jiazi camp. I am curious. What grudge do I have with him? Why does he keep pestering me? If Li Zhen is so smart, why don't he practice his sword properly and then seek sword with me heroically? Chen Pingan held the back of his head with both hands and looked up at the sky. As for the martial artist 10 realms, forget it. I don't dare to dream of it. You know very well how I reached the peak realm. Besides, I have already received 2 portions of martial fate from the wilderness. As an outsider who came here as a guest, I feel uncomfortable. I wish I could return it, but I can't. Firen, you are so famous in the wilderness. Don't you have a few peak realm martial friends? How can you bear to watch me enjoy myself here? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to bear it. Even if I don't fight, I would come here to scold you. Firen smiled. I really don't have any martial artist 9 realms friends. I do have a martial artist 10 realms friend, but he went to the Fuyao continent. There is a fierce battle at the Shanshui cavern. Qi Tingji and Zhou Xinji of the Central Plains are guarding there. There seems to be 2 hidden officials' acquaintances in the Shanshui cavern. They are martial artists of the same age, Chao Ci and Yu Zhuanfu. This young hidden official probably did not carry the beheading sword with him because he wanted to practice his martial arts. However, the hairpin in his hair was hard to miss. Even the Dragon Monarch could not do anything about it. It was completely destroyed. Just like the bright red robe on Chen Pingan, it seemed to be an item of great refinement. Chen Pingan put his hands behind his back. Is Chao Ci already at martial artist 9 realms? Firen smiled. I don't know about that. I didn't ask much about the battle at the Fuyao continent. Chen Pingan nodded. On the mountains and below the mountains of the Fuyao continent, there were constant battles. In a generally peaceful world, it might not be as stable as the stagnant Tongyi continent, but in times of chaos, the people's hearts were far more stable than the Tongyi continent. Firen took out a flask of Rain Dragon Sect's immortal wine and raised it to the young hidden official. Chen Pingan waved his hand, indicating for Firen to continue drinking. Then, he shook his sleeve. It was empty. Chen Pingan only had a superficial understanding of the upper 5 realms heaven and earth sleeve. There were some rough records in the archives of the Summer Palace. Since Chen Pingan had nothing to do, and the long river flowed too slowly on his body, he studied it carefully and barely managed to form a prototype. It was a pity that Chen Pingan was at the top of the city and did not have anything to put in it. Otherwise, even living things could be put in it. Therefore, the heaven and earth sleeve immortal technique and the mountain view divine ability were the two immortal techniques that Chen Pingan had been longing for many years. During the heavy snowfall earlier, Chen Pingan collected quite a bit of snow in his sleeve. It was like eating dumplings during the new year, and he was a little happy. However, when Chen Pingan finished building a row of snowmen, he did not expect that because he was not far enough away from the dragon god, the grey-robed sword light shattered them all. It did not come earlier or later. When Chen Pingan finished building the snowmen, the dragon god's sword arrived. "This old bastard, please don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll refine his soul and give it to Sher Ro to wear so that she can keep Du Mao's shed skin company." Chen Pingan raised his palm, and the 5 lightning gathered in his palm. The lines on his palm were like mountains and rivers. He smiled and said, "If you don't leave, I'll have to send you off. There's nothing to do with this hairpin of mine. Just tell the Jiazi camp to rest assured that there's no secret." Firen hesitated for a moment and nodded. "I'll help you pass the message." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Leave," and threw out a 5 lightning technique. Firen only dodged and did not attack. "I sincerely wanted to give you the wine, and you gave it to me with the 5 lightning technique. What a good return of politeness." Firen even had the mood to bid farewell to the young hermit and slowly flew away on her sword. Firen's temper had always been to not be anxious about anything. Chen Pingan suddenly looked at Na Firen and asked, "In that carefully selected poetry collection, have you ever seen a poem about traveling immortals that is popular among the people?" Usually, it would be placed at the beginning or the end of the poem. Firen stopped and smiled. "I'd like to hear the details." Chen Pingan held his hands in his sleeves and walked slowly, reciting the poem loudly. "I live in a house with 10,000 years in the human world. The sun rises high on the east wall. When I open my eyes, I feel disturbed in my dreams. The bright moon falls in my eyes. I urge a cloud to stay in the corner of the world. I'm often accompanied by a stream of pine trees in my sleeves. Drunk, I ride a white deer and green-horned dragon. The immortals ask for wine when they meet me. My crown hangs on a cinnamon branch in the heavenly palace. My hand grasps a golden crow as a charcoal cage. Sad immortals dream of 1,000 years. Once they dream of me, they miss their immortality." After Firen heard it, she found it strange. Chen Pingan turned his head and said with a sincere gaze, "Why are you in a daze? If you haven't heard of it, quickly memorize it. Later, let Zhou Wenhai bathe and change his clothes first before copying it into the book. It will be the highlight of the world's traveling immortal poems." Fei Ran smiled and said, "Isn't this spacing a little too casual? Sir Hermit, please don't bully me because I'm not a scholar." This was to prevent the dragon monarch from being stupid and killing them all at once with his sword. Chen Pingan would let those little guys dressed in black land on the city wall. Their bodies swayed back and forth, and their footsteps were slow. They were like 2 groups of mischievous children in the streets of the city, wrestling with each other. They did not have much strength. Today, Chen Pingan suddenly became very diligent in his refinement of words. In one go, he refined a few hundred of those Chen Pingan characters in the book. Out of the 1,500 characters, he refined 1 and kept 1. Then, Chen Pingan carefully shook out 2 words from his sleeve. Then, he took out those Chen Pingan imperial edicts and gathered them densely together. Every 3 words stood side by side, forming a Chen Pingan. Thus, there were 2 words. One was Ning, and the other was Yao. It was Ning Yao. It was as if she was confronting these Chen Pingan, who were unfortunately not Chen Pingan. Then Ning Yao took a step forward. With every step, the 500 Chen Pingan began to sway. In the end, they could not stand steadily as if they were drunk and fell to the ground with a crash. Chen Pingan squatted on the city wall with his hands in his sleeves. Looking at this scene, he smiled brightly. A bright red robe spread on the ground. Today's young secluded official was not too lonely. It was also the first time he did not feel that the long river of light flowed too slowly. From the other half of the city wall, the dragon god brandished his sword. Moreover, this sword was not like the previous sword. It was extremely powerful. Even though the sword light had already swept across dozens of miles above his city wall in an instant. The sword intent was extremely heavy, and the sword chi was extremely long. It spread out from the cliff where the dragon god brandished his sword. Chen Pingan still did not seem to notice. When the sword light had swept across half of the city wall, Chen Pingan stood up and began to use the ninth realm martial arts and sword punches. Time and time again, his body collapsed. Time and time again, before the sword light headed for the figurines, his body reformed and he punched out again. Finally, Chen Pingan used his peak martial arts to completely destroy the sword light with his fists. Moreover, he came to the cliff and stomped heavily on the ground. He unleashed a pure Jade Realm sword immortal Dharma idol that was as tall as a mountain. He gathered the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to form a sword. Holding the sword with both hands, he slashed at the gray-robed figure on the cliff. The huge Dharma idol with a pair of golden eyes laughed loudly. "You have strengthened my fist intent. I will thank you heavily, Dragon God." The dragon god waved his hand and pushed the young woman who was nurturing her sword intent and stabilizing her sword heart to 1,000 feet away. However, they didn't cause any major trouble. Lord Huin Ho had his own means. With the protection of many monks from the Treasure Minister Kingdom, the world was still considered peaceful. As for this escort city that had once attracted a heavenly tribulation, no ghosts or evil spirits dared to cause trouble here. At this point, the man drank a big bowl of wine. Then, he asked Pei Qian why his master didn't come. Pei Qian said that his master had gone on a long journey again. However, he would definitely come here personally to drink in the future. His master was a sentimental person. The man smiled and nodded. He saw that the young girl had already lowered her head and was eating. The man didn't ask further. He stayed a night at the fire deity temple. Pei Qian actually didn't sleep for the entire night. He just stood in the corridor in a daze. Later, when he really didn't feel sleepy, he went to sit on the wall and stared blankly. He wanted to stand on the roof ridge and take a look at the entire escort city. However, it was against the rules and he didn't have the courtesy of a guest. At dawn, he bid farewell to the old master of the ancestral temple and continued on his way to Huai Huang Country's Yuhu County. His master said that he had met two young and kind-hearted heroines of the pugilistic world at the Jinduo temple that was plagued by demons. Pei Qian looked forward to seeing them. He didn't know how good the pugilistic world women were and how powerful their fist techniques were to be praised as heroines by his master. After strolling through the restored Jinduo temple, Pei Qian found a restaurant at the border between Huai Huang Country and Baoshan Country. He brought Li Huai to eat and drink and then bought 2 pots of fly-whisking wine. Wei Taizhen arrived at Huai Huang Country. Through Pei Qian and Li Huai's chat, he found out that his master's hometown was named Huai Huang County. After approaching Yellow Wind Valley's Mute Lake, Pei Qian's mood obviously improved. His hometown was Huai Huang County and there was a Huai Huang Country here. Xiaomi and his master were really fated. On the yellow sand road, camel bells rang as Pei Qian and his group walked slowly. Now, there were no more great demons causing trouble in Yellow Wind Valley. The only imperfection was that the Mute Lake's water level didn't increase or decrease. It changed according to the weather, and there was one less thing to talk about on the mountain. Pei Qian's group and the merchant's camel caravan rested by the Mute Lake. Pei Qian squatted by the water. This was Xiaomi's hometown. Xiaomi and Chen Lingjun were like heaven and earth. In the past, Chen Lingjun always liked to catch people and spit everywhere, talking about their great achievements in Yujiang. Of course, as time went on, Chen Lingjun probably got tired of talking about it, so he didn't like to talk about the matters of Yujiang anymore. Xiaomi, on the other hand, only told Pei Qian and Wanshu about her past at Mute Lake in private. She said that she was very famous in her hometown back then. A group of immortals with cultivation levels higher than the heavens from Taoji country's Qingqing residents came. There were so many of them that they couldn't even be counted. They created a huge commotion just to catch her. Among them, there was a martial artist named Mao Qiulu. He was a pretty good young lady. Although he was a little fierce, he had a good heart. He wanted to invite her to Qiango country to be a river lady. In the end, that imperial tutor of Qiango country only gave Qingqing residents 1 grain of rice rain money. It seemed like that imperial tutor was really poor. Then, there was a guy from Jinwu Palace with the surname I've forgotten everything, who wanted to buy her. Even if the price was doubled, it would only be 2 grains of rice rain money. He was so stingy. Where was the generosity of an immortal on the mountain? She didn't have the immortal aura of an immortal. After that, she met the good mountain chieftain. The good mountain chieftain spent a lot of money to buy her from Qingqing residents. Hence, she followed him and left Mute Lake to travel the Jianghu together. It was amazing. The moment they left the Jianghu, the two of them killed that invincible ancestor Yellow Wind together. It was a pity that not many people knew about this magnificent feat, but what did it matter? She wasn't a big water monster who cared about undeserved fame. If the good mountain chieftain didn't know, then so be it. In any case, the good mountain chieftain had promised her that one day, many people would read about her story from books. At that time, Xiaomi had just been promoted to Dragon Rider Alley's right guardian. After she followed Pei Qian back to Luopa Mountain, she still liked to nag about these things. At that time, Pei Qian felt that Xiaomi only knew how to nag over and over again, so he didn't stop her from talking about these things in high spirits. At most, when she repeated it for the second time, Pei Qian raised 2 fingers. After the third time, Pei Qian raised 3 fingers and repeated it 3 times. The little girl scratched her head, feeling a little embarrassed. After that, Xiaomi didn't stop talking. That was the first time elder sister Wanshu got angry. She secretly found Pei Qian and said, "You can't be like this. If Xiaomi is willing to talk, then just listen. It's not like you'll get in our way. Xiaomi is so far away from home, so what if we repeat it a few more times? If you really don't like to hear it, then just say that you're going to copy books and practice your fish techniques. Even if you directly say that you're sick of hearing it, it's better than saying that to Xiaomi. It's so hurtful." At first, Pei Qian didn't think much of it and didn't take it to heart. He only responded to the angry elder sister Wanshu, saying that he got it, and that he promised that he wouldn't be impatient in the future. Even if he did, he would hide it well. The silly Xiaomi definitely wouldn't be able to tell. However, early the next morning, when Pei Qian yawned and was about to head to the bamboo house to practice his fist techniques, he saw the black-clothed little girl who had been holding the mountain walking staff for a long time. She carried the heavy burden of Dragon Rider Alley's right guardian on her shoulders and was still standing at the door like a guardian for him, regardless of rain or shine. When she saw Pei Qian, the little girl immediately puffed out her chest. She first grinned, then pursed her lips into a smile. It was only at that moment that Pei Qian realized that he had really made a mistake. He patted Xiaomi's head and said that if she wanted to talk about the mute lake in the future, she could talk about it as she pleased. Moreover, she had to think carefully about whether she had missed anything about Xiaomi. He used an immortal spell to draw the clear spring water from the mountain, and then used the true Samadhi fire talisman to slowly boil the water. Lu Jiqing asked about Pei Qian's travels. Pei Qian answered one by one. Naturally, the conversation went on. Lu Jiqing was like an elder who had gone out to become an official, and Pei Qian was like a junior who had gone out to study. Lu Jiqing didn't think that his actions were superfluous, and Pei Qian didn't think that Sword Immortal Lu was meddling in other people's business. Lu Jiqing had been using his heart to cleanse his sword, and had benefited a lot from the great Tao. Not only did he successfully enter the nascent soul realm, he also felt that the bottleneck in the future would not be too big. This was all thanks to Chen Pinggan's suggestion at the Jade Cliff years ago. Therefore, Lu Jiqing, who had never had any direct disciples, treated Pei Qian, the first disciple of his good friend, as if she was half a direct disciple. If Pei Qian dared to be impatient, Lu Jiqing, who hated trouble the most, might even reprimand her. Fortunately, Lu Jiqing was very satisfied with Pei Qian's performance, except for one thing. Pei Qian was a martial artist, not a sword cultivator. Although Wei Taizhen had seen many powerful people at the top of the mountain, he was still afraid and respectful when facing a nascent soul sword cultivator. On one hand, Sword Immortal Lu was too young, and on the other hand, Mr. Lu, who had a good relationship with Pei Qian's master, was too good-looking. Lu Jiqing used his flying sword to send a message to the ancestral hall of the Golden Crow Palace, and quickly brought back some rare books from the Golden Crow Palace. They were all written by the saints of the Academy in the history of the North Continent. Lu Jiqing gave them to Li Huai, the young scholar from the Cliff Academy in the Aquarius continent. Li Huai glanced at Pei Qian, and Pei Qian nodded. Li Huai smiled and accepted them. During the tea break, Lu Jiqing personally checked the contents of Pei Qian's transcription, and said that his handwriting was better than his master's. Pei Qian scratched his head anxiously. Wei Taizhen was more and more curious about the young hill master of the Luopa mountain. Who was he? Lu Jiqing treated him like an outsider. Wei Taizhen still didn't know that she had actually met that person a long time ago, and it was at her hometown's Ghost Valley's treasure Mirror Mountain. The other party had even mistakenly injured her. He was the scholar that her father had called the most crooked intestines, the most short-sighted, and the most petty. This was because Chen Pinggan did not talk too much with Pei Qian about the trip to the Ghost Valley. He avoided talking about Gao Qing, He Xiaoyang, and the brothers Yang Ningzhen and Yang Ningxing. Finally, Lu Jiqing left the Golden Crow Palace for the first time after the breakthrough. He personally escorted Pei Qian to the Spring Dew Garden. After leaving the clouds and clearing the sky, Lu Jiqing casually said to Pei Qian, although Sect Master Qi of the Taihui Sword Sect is a sword immortal, he is actually proficient in the talisman. I have admired him for a long time. Pei Qian whispered, Uncle Lu, my master and Mr. Lu are good friends. Oh, right, Mr. Lu is Sect Master Qi. There was a world of difference between having and not having the word also. Li Huai admired Pei Qian's attentiveness. Wei Taizhen, on the other hand, was surprised that the young mountain master had a wide range of friends. She now knew Pei Qian's temper very well. The young girl would not boast to her own people. Therefore, the words, good friends, were absolutely true. First, there was Lu Jiqing, then Qi Jinglong. They were all young people in the North Continent who had attained the Tao and seemed to have already condensed providence in their bodies. Lu Jiqing smiled and nodded. That's for the best. Pei Qian then said seriously, Uncle Lu, Mr. Qi likes to drink, but he can't bring himself to drink with people he is not familiar with. Uncle Lu, even if you have never met Mr. Qi, of course you are not a stranger. Therefore, remember to bring good wine. Bring more. Lu Jiqing thought for a moment. Actually, he did not like to drink, but he could drink a little. His alcohol tolerance was passable. Since he was going to the Taihui sword sect as a guest, he still had to show some etiquette by comparing swordsmanship with the sect master and asking about talisman knowledge. It was just a few jars of immortal wine. Lu Jiqing nodded. When we reach the Spring Dew Garden, I can buy more wine. Pei Qian said again, Mr. Lu only has one direct disciple at the moment. His name is Whitehead. I'll have to trouble Uncle Lu to pass on a message for me. Tell him that the next time I go back to my hometown, I will pass by the Taihui sword sect. At that time, I will go to the Pian Ran Peak to find him. After Pei Qian finished speaking, she chuckled to herself. Lu Jiqing agreed. The ferry arrived at the bustling Fu Water crossing in the Spring Dew Garden. Pei Qian led Li Huai and the others straight to the buy-in shop on Laohuai Street. This was his shop. It was a family business that his master had saved up in a foreign place. After that, Pei Qian visited the Golden Core cultivator of the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall alone. Song Lanqiao's master was a kind-looking old woman. She was one of the few ancestral masters of the bamboo generation in the Spring Dew Garden. However, Song Lanqiao and the other ancestral masters of the Spring Dew Garden's Lan generation followed the rules of the genealogy. The ancestral masters of the bamboo generation did not pay attention to this. When the Spring Dew Garden was first established, each of them used their real names in the early days of the mountain. For example, the hill master was called Tan Ling. The old woman named Lin Ao was very happy to see Pei Qian, who came to her door to give her gifts. Therefore, she returned the gifts with great value. She had done a small business with Sword Immortal Qin in the past, and she had been roped in by Wang Tingfang later on. After all, Wang Tingfang had encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation, and she couldn't possibly stay at the shop all year round. She would occasionally have to return to the night illumination cottage to cultivate. The two treasures of the shop, a jade bracelet with a palindromic poem engraved on it and a fire in the water phenomenon, and an ancient mirror, created by the Gong family, had been sold by Wang Tingfang at a high premium. The shop wasn't big, but business was good. There weren't many customers, but it made a lot of money. After hearing that Sword Immortal Lu had returned to the Spring Dew Garden, business immediately improved. In less than an hour, the shop was packed with people. Most of them were women, and they were all extravagant with their money. If they weren't satisfied after taking a look at Sword Immortal Lu, then they would buy another item from the mountain and take a few more looks at the unreasonably handsome Sword Immortal Lu. They weren't expensive anyway, so the price was reasonable. There were so many shops on Laohuai Street, so spending money anywhere was the same. Moreover, Bai An's shop had many items from the mountain, and they were all exquisitely made. They were very friendly to female cultivators on the mountain. Could it be that only men were allowed to admire beauties, but women weren't allowed to take a few more looks at Sword Immortal Lu? It wasn't like they were looking at him for nothing. Every time Lu Jiqing came to Bai An's shop, he regretted it afterwards. Today was no exception. Li Huai, who had been left behind by Pei Qian, went to look at the 10,000-year scholar tree. Wei Taizhen naturally escorted him. Lu Jiqing suddenly stood up in the shop and disappeared in a flash. When he arrived at the old scholar tree, Lu Jiqing appeared behind a young woman and a chubby youth. He asked directly, "Why didn't you cultivate at Golden Light Peak and Mount Huahua? Instead, you wandered around Golden Crow Palace's territory, and then followed me all the way to the Spring Dew Garden. What's the matter?" These two monsters were a bit far from Li Huai and Wei Taizhen, as if they didn't dare to get too close. When Jin Feng and Yu Lu turned around and saw Lu Jiqing, they had to admit that with Lu Jiqing's immortal demeanor, they could guess his name just from his appearance. Moreover, the women in the old scholar tree were whispering that Sword Immortal Lu of Golden Crow Palace had returned to the Spring Dew Garden. Therefore, when they recognized Sword Immortal Lu, Jin Feng hurriedly curtsied. Yu Lu lowered her head and cupped her fists, not daring to wipe the sweat off her forehead. The sword cultivators of Golden Crow Palace were famous for their ruthless methods of exterminating demons and devils. This was especially so for Lu Jiqing. When he was in the Oris core stage, he had already won himself a great reputation. Yu Lu quickly mustered up her courage and explained to Sword Immortal Lu telepathically. Jin Feng saw this foreign scholar who was traveling around the mountain, and she sensed a sliver of enlightenment. By the time she returned to the Golden Light Peak, he had already left, so she decided to follow him. I hope Sword Immortal Lu doesn't think of us as people with ulterior motives. Otherwise, when the scholar entered Golden Crow Palace, we should have retreated. No matter how good the opportunity of the Great Tao is, it's still not more precious than our lives. Lu Jiqing nodded and said, I've heard of your cultivation practices. You've always been patient and tolerant. Although it's your way of life and self-preservation, I can still see your general temperament. If not for this, you wouldn't have seen me, but would have met my sword first. Jin Feng and Yu Lu hurriedly expressed their thanks. Lu Jiqing's words were equivalent to giving them a Sword Immortal's decree. It was actually an invisible protective talisman. As long as Sword Immortal Lu showed up today and didn't drive them away, then anyone who coveted Golden Light Peak and Mount Yuehua would have to carefully consider the strength of Sword Immortal Lu's sword before making a move. They heard that it wasn't that Lu Jiqing of Golden Crow Palace was difficult to talk to, but that he almost never exchanged pleasantries with cultivators outside the mountain and only used his sword. Therefore, it was rare for Sword Immortal Lu to say so much today. This made the two feel lucky, nervous, and a little ashamed of their inferiority. Lu Jiqing said, You don't have to be too reserved. Don't belittle yourselves because of your background. As for the opportunity of the Great Tao, just follow your fate. I won't stop you, nor will I help you. After learning the truth, Lu Jiqing once again condensed into sword radiance and shrank the mountains and rivers. He didn't go to the noisy Baitan shop, but went to the jade cliff that he had already sold to Qin Pingan. Under the old pagoda tree, Li Huai stood for a long time. Wei Taizhen said softly, There were two sneaky people earlier. Fortunately, they were questioned by Mr. Lu. Li Huai said, Since Sword Immortal Lu has personally shown up, then we can relax. After all, there was money in Jianghu. It wasn't Li Huai's turn to eat carrots. Along the way, Wei Taizhen admired Li Huai more and more for his big heart. Because Li Huai really didn't care about a lot of things. But when Li Huai was free every day, he would diligently memorize the contents of the sage's books. But Wei Taizhen could also see that this young Master Li really wasn't a scholar. He was just diligent in his studies. Of course, Li Huai didn't know that Fairy Wei would think so highly of him. He was just standing under this old pagoda tree that reminded him of his hometown. For some reason, he thought of many things from his childhood. When he was living in the westernmost part of the town, every time his father made a little bit of money, his mother would spend all her energy on oil and salt. Many of the dishes didn't taste as good as usual. Not to mention meat dishes, every time Li Huai picked up some stir-fried vegetables with his chopsticks, it was like picking up a poor guy from an oil tank or a salt bag. His sister was like a wronged little wife who wasn't married. Every time Li Huai asked her if it was salty, she would only say it was okay. Okay, my ass. Li Huai didn't want to be wronged. Every time he stood on the bench and rebelled, his mother didn't dare to speak harshly to him, so she would complain that her son didn't know how to enjoy life. Then after complaining for a while, she would start to feel distressed. How could she bear to say anything bad about her precious son? She would turn her head and complain that her husband was useless. She would throw her chopsticks on the table and step on the man's feet under the table. She would complain that Li Huai caused her son to be used to a hard life, that he couldn't even bear the slightest bit of oil. Then she would earnestly advise her daughter Li Lu, that in the future, she must find a good family with a solid background. She must find a man who can pass money on his hands. Most importantly, he can help her younger brother. She had to be more careful and secretly give more money to her maternal family. She didn't want to be punished by the heavens. Her mother was so long-winded. In any case, it was Li Huai and his mother who were talking. The frighteningly oily meal was finished just like that. In the end, it was his father and sister who cleaned up the dishes. Day after day, year after year, just like that, they lived a stable and ordinary life. As long as his mother didn't go out and quarrel with the neighbors and lost, she didn't have to endure the anger of her maternal relatives during the holidays. She didn't see any aunts wearing gold and silver. In fact, there wasn't any big issue at home. When he was a child, Li Huai was most afraid that his father would go to the school to look for him. He would feel very ashamed. This was because his father was famous for being a good-for-nothing. He was so good-for-nothing that Li Huai would wonder if his parents were going to live separately. When that time came, he would most likely suffer with his mother while his sister would suffer with his father. So at that time, even if Li Huai felt that his father was useless and caused him to be looked down upon by his peers, he still didn't want his father and mother to be separated. Even if they suffered together, at least there was still a family. Li Huai would rather his sister go to the school to ask him to go home because his sister was not bad-looking. But there were actually many people who secretly missed his sister. For example, Lin Shuyi and Dong Shuijing liked his sister very much. Li Huai didn't pay attention to school every day. At a young age, he could only blindly think about these things. But when Li Huai was young, he actually didn't understand why he liked Li Lu. Was she beautiful? No way. If you really married my sister and brought her home, would she be able to carry more buckets of water or chop more kilograms of firewood? She couldn't. Later, he followed Li Baoping and traveled to Cliff Academy. His parents and sister came to see him together. At that time, Li Huai didn't feel ashamed at all, even if there were more rich people in the academy at that time. So Li Huai admired Qin Pingan from the bottom of his heart. Because from Qin Pingan, Li Huai learned a lot. It wasn't what Qin Pingan said, but what Qin Pingan had always been doing. Li Huai had always seen it and remembered it in his heart. But at that time, it was harder for Li Huai to say a word of thanks. He knew that he had done something wrong, but it was the same for Li Huai to apologize. To the outside world, everyone was Li Huai's uncle. Only at home, he was number one in the world. As time passed in his school life, all his friends were no longer children. Li Baoping's knowledge grew. When she went to the Central Divine Continent, she would follow Mao Shan Mountain Master to the Li Ji Learning Palace. Yu Lu was already a martial artist at the Golden Body Realm. Now that he had picked up a cultivation heart, he believed that his future achievements wouldn't be too bad. Lin Mu too was even fought over by the rich families of the Great Sui Kingdom to be their son-in-law. But it seemed that he continued to like his sister and liked to secretly argue with Dong Shuijing. But it didn't stop Lin Mu too from becoming more and more like an immortal. It seemed that Li Huai was the only one who didn't do his job properly. It was worrying. Li Huai gathered his thoughts. He brought Wei Taizhen back to Bai An's shop. Sword Fairy Lu wasn't in the shop, but there were still many girls. Pei Qian was currently discussing a matter with the substitute shopkeeper. She wanted to see if she could sell the goddess painting from the mural city. If it was feasible and she wouldn't lose money, she would take the lead with a shop in the Mural City. Li Huai had nothing to do. He sat outside Bai An's shop in a daze. The next day, after saying goodbye to Lu Jiqing, Pei Qian and the others continued to walk out of Spring Dew Garden. Pei Qian first went to the Fu Chu Kingdom's mountain where her master and Lu Jinglong worshipped their swords. She didn't expect that the ordinary mountain with thin spiritual energy would become the cultivation ground of several sword cultivators. Qi cultivators came here to sightsee every few days. It was mainly because Qi Jinglong reached the Jade Pure realm earlier than Lin Su and Su Xian. As a new sword immortal, he was challenged by Bai Shang and the other two sword immortals. He went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and became the sect leader of the Tai Hui Sword sect when he returned. Qi Jinglong had already entered the top 10 young people and obtained the Water of Wisdom. Lu Sui and Sun Qing, the palace lord of the Rainbow Sparrow Manor, were favored by the water scripture. Qi Jinglong was only 100 years old, but he was truly a legend. So it was reasonable that the place where he worshipped his sword with his unknown sword immortal friend became a fascinating place. Next, Pei Qian started to travel a different route from her master. They didn't go to the Green Oriole Kingdom at the mouth of the Ji Feng Sea. Instead, they went to the capital of the Great Zhuan dynasty. Pei Qian wanted to see the martial artist Gu Yu and sword immortal Ji Yu. Over there, Pei Qian was alone. She held the mountain walking staff and looked up at the sky. No one knew what she was thinking. Li Huai and Wei Taizhen stood far away. Li Huai suddenly felt a little confused. It seemed that Pei Qian had really grown up. He felt that she was a stranger. She was no longer the short and dark girl in his memory. He remembered that when they first fought, Pei Qian would stand on a chair and not allow Li Huai to do the same. She wanted to appear taller and suppress her opponent with her aura. Now, she probably didn't need to do that. It was as if Pei Qian had suddenly grown up, and Li Huai had suddenly found out about this. There was no one around. Pei Qian took down her book box and placed the mountain walking staff on it. She started with the 6-step stance and practiced the mountain quaking fist. Finally, she finished with the deity drumming style. From beginning to end, Pei Qian suppressed her fist intent. Therefore, she only knocked on the door gently. Since there was no one home, she left after saying goodbye. Throughout his travels, Pei Qian said that every step he took was a stool walk. Li Huai believed her. Then, Pei Qian went to the sealed ape Chatter Mountain. At the edge of the boundary, Pei Qian held the mountain walking staff tightly and raised it high. She cupped her fists and said goodbye. Pei Qian did not talk much during the journey between the capital of the Great Zhuan dynasty and the ape Chatter Mountain. Therefore, Li Huai was a little bored. It was snowing heavily. Li Huai realized that they had been away from their hometown for 3 years. They also arrived at a place called Dongxian Street in the capital of the Qinghao country. They met Li Baoping's elder brother, Li Shixing, and a young page boy named Shui Xi. Li Shixing gave Li Huai a book of sages that was not thick. Then, he gave Wei Taizhen a cloud-patterned talisman. There were 4 words on it, but they were not seal scripts. It was as if a scholar had created the characters himself. Therefore, Wei Taizhen did not recognize this talisman. The gentle scholar joked with Wei Taizhen that if he were to break through the realm in the future, this talisman might be useful. Because the 4 words of the talisman actually meant 5 thunders avoid. It was written by the headmaster of the Qingming World Beko Keikyung building, Daoist's second brother and Lu Chen's eldest senior brother. So what if they were separated by a world? A decree was a decree. Break through the realm at will. Li Shixing did not give Pei Qian anything. Pei Qian was still happy. She chatted with Li Shixing about the various interesting things of meeting and reuniting with Sister Baoping. Li Shixing smiled and listened to the girl's story patiently. It was just that one morning and one night, he made an appointment with Pei Qian in advance to watch the sun rise and the moon hang high in the sky. The group left Artemisia country and headed to Lion Peak. There were no places that they had to go according to Pei Qian's booklet. Lion Ground Peak was too far away from Lion Peak. Pei Qian did not want to take too many detours. Li Huai did not urge Pei Qian to take a detour, but that was not the reason why Pei Qian took a detour. Wei Taizhen and Pei Qian had been together for many years. Therefore, there were some questions that he could ask the girl face to face. For example, why did Pei Qian deliberately take a detour around the Immortal Mountains that were not included in the booklet? As long as she was in the wilderness, she would take a detour whenever she saw someone. There were many strange things, mountain spirits and ghosts. Pei Qian also minded her own business and went her own way. Pei Qian said that she did not dare to cause trouble because she knew that she did not know her limits. She was far worse than her master and little senior brother. Therefore, she was worried that she could not distinguish between good and bad people. She did not know how to control her punches and would easily make mistakes. Since she was afraid, she would hide. Anyway, the mountains and rivers were still there. She did not slack off by copying books and practicing martial arts every day. It did not matter if she met anyone or not. Pei Qian also said that she did not like or dislike the Jianghu. Wei Taizhen asked her why she came to the North Continent and walked such a long way if she did not like it. Pei Qian hesitated for a long time before she smiled and said that there were several pure martial artists at home. She did not want to break through there. It was only because her master liked the North Continent that she came here to travel. This was a vague answer that was equivalent to not saying anything. Then, Pei Qian said something that made Wei Taizhen even more confused. She said that her master liked it here. Actually, she was starting to regret it now. Wei Taizhen felt that the more she asked and the more Pei Qian answered, the more confused she became. However, Pei Qian started practicing her martial arts again. Wei Taizhen could only stop herself from thinking too much. Li Huai was now used to keeping watch at night. Seeing that Fairy Wei was confused, he looked at Pei Qian and asked, "Can I tell you?" Pei Qian continued practicing her martial arts and nodded lightly. Li Huai then explained to Fairy Wei, Pei Qian is already in the 7th realm. She plans to go to the snow border continent after reaching the Lion Peak and fight for the title of the strongest. It seems that if she becomes the strongest, she can earn martial arts fate or something. Wei Taizhen seemed to have been struck by lightning. Li Huai smiled and said, I don't know how Pei Qian broke through. I didn't mean to hide it from you. She didn't tell me before either. It was only after she left the Artemisia kingdom that she told me. She also said that practicing martial arts every day is no longer interesting. She's just practicing her martial arts now, splitting her martial arts into two and fighting with each other. It's just a habit. Otherwise, she would be bored. Then there's the matter of martial arts fate. As a disciple, there's no reason for her to be more impressive than her master. Martial arts fate is actually boring if you eat too much. It might not be a good thing for her. Pei Qian retracted her martial arts and said helplessly, I said too much. I only told you to talk about the 7th realm. Then she said to Wei Taizhen, Sister Wei, don't mind. I didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that there are many things that are not worth talking about. Master was high above, and Grandpa Chui was in front. Practicing martial arts and breaking through was a matter of course. Wei Taizhen smiled bitterly and nodded. What else could she do? Fortunately, Wei Taizhen knew a little about martial arts, but not much. After all, on the path of cultivation, Wei Taizhen herself had broken through all the way to the Jindan realm. Therefore, she was not frightened by Pei Qian's breakthrough and martial arts fate. Wei Taizhen was just shocked by Pei Qian's indifferent attitude towards martial arts. It was too inconsistent with her age. Moreover, the climb of the martial path was more about being down to earth than that of a cultivator. It did not seem entirely right to say that Pei Qian was able to break through so quickly because his aptitude was too good. After all, Pei Qian had been practicing martial arts every day, and he had been practicing strangely. Practicing while walking, fighting with fist intent, and tasteless martial arts were all things that Wei Taizhen had never heard of and could not imagine. After that, they traveled under the mountain. No matter how much Pei Qian tried to avoid people and things, they were still in a small, remote country. They encountered a storm that affected the martial arts world below. A Wuling grandmaster who led the martial arts world had a dispute with an earth immortal. The former called several gods of mountains and rivers who were recognized by the imperial court as leaving the country. The latter roped in a group of neighboring immortals. It was obviously a personal grudge between the two of them, yet hundreds of people were involved in the confrontation. As the leader of Jianghu, that 70-years-old warrior of 7th realm called out to his friends and ordered the heroes around. That earth immortal of Gold Core realm even used all the incense and friendship he had to teach that ignorant old man at the foot of the mountain that there was a difference between the heaven and earth. When Pei Qian passed by, the battle had already ended and the outcome had been decided. It was the immortal masters on the mountain who had fled in panic. It turned out that the imperial court had arranged many immortal masters and military masters. They seemed to have disliked the Earth Immortal who liked to order emperors and generals around for many years. During the fierce battle, an old immortal of Dragon Gate who was supposed to be his best friend betrayed his Gold Core realm friend. While the battle was going on, he made a move and caught the Earth Immortal of Gold Core realm, who was used to riding roughshod over others, off guard. He even had his Gold Core shattered by a direct disciple and died. On a fragmented immortal mountain, the army was defeated like a landslide. Anyway, it was a bloody storm. On the mountain and under the mountain, the imperial court and the martial arts world, immortals and mortals, all kinds of schemes were involved. Perhaps this was the so-called, although a sparrow is small, it has all its organs. All the right and wrong was a mass of paste in the midst of life and death. Even though Pei Qian wanted to leave the place immediately, he was still one step too late. The imperial court of the small country set up an ambush and kept closing in on them like fish in a net. A group of immortals on the mountain fled to the vicinity of Pei Qian and the other two, then brushed past them. One of them even threw a dazzling immortal jade pendant. When Pei Qian was about to step forward, Pei Qian kicked the pendant back. Then a large group of people swarmed over. It was unknown whether they were in a killing frenzy or had made up their minds to kill the innocent, but a middle-aged military general in Sweet-Do armor chopped at them with his saber. Pei Qian did not dodge. He held the saber and said, "We are just passers-by. We won't meddle in your feud." The military general increased the strength in his hand, but the saber did not move at all. Pei Qian gave a gentle push and the military general staggered back with his saber. Behind Pei Qian, a martial arts grandmaster who had been waiting for the opportunity quietly appeared at the only opening of the fishing net. He killed the fish that had escaped the net one by one, leaving only a few people alive. Pei Qian looked around and then said to Li Huai and Wei Taizhen through telepathy, "You just have to find a chance to leave later. Don't worry, trust me." Wei Taizhen was just about to say something to Pei Qian and say that she could help. Li Huai shook his head at her. If he really encountered a difficult situation, as long as Chen Pingan was not by his side, Pei Qian would not ask anyone for help. There was no reasoning with him. In Pei Qian's bones, she did not want to owe anyone anything other than her master. So Li Huai came to Wei Taizhen's side and asked in a low voice, "Can Fairy Wei protect herself?" Wei Taizhen nodded. I should be able to protect young Master Li, Li Huai said, then we just have to find a chance to escape and not distract Pei Qian. Wei Taizhen's face was troubled. She said telepathically, young Master Li, if we do this, won't Pei Qian hold a grudge against you? Li Huai shook his head. Fairy Wei is thinking too much. Li Huai scratched his head. I'm really a piece of trash. What to do? It's really worrying. Pei Qian gently took down the bamboo chest and put down the mountain walking staff. She said to a white-haired, burly old man who was walking over, let me tell you in advance. If you dare to harm my friend's life, if you dare to destroy my two possessions, I won't talk reason. I'll kill you with my fists. The white-haired old man who was bathed in blood sneered. Little girl, you're young but you talk big. As long as you hand over that jade pendant, I'll spare your life. Pei Qian rolled up her sleeves and said, I'll stand still and take 3 of your punches. Then you'll let the 3 of us leave. How about it? The general wearing the dew armor glanced at the girl's unharmed palm. He reminded the old man softly, Master, this girl isn't simple. She didn't get hurt when she held the sword. Her body is tough. It's unusual. The old man smiled. Surrounded by an army, it's impossible to escape. Then the old man looked at the girl and asked with a smile, Young lady, are you a Yuanying immortal? Wei Taizhen said nothing. The old man asked Li Huai, are you a gentleman of the academy? Li Huai said, I hope so. The old man finally asked the girl who was thin and spoke frighteningly, you can't be a martial artist of the wind-controlling realm, right? Pei Qian said, almost. The old man laughed loudly. Then I'll stand still and let you take 3 punches. As long as I don't die, all of you will die. Pei Qian said in a low voice, Senior, please discuss this properly. Don't push me too far. Give me some options that aren't options. The old man stopped smiling and twisted his wrist. All right, I'll give you 3 punches. If you can take it, after the 3 punches, as long as you can get up after falling to the ground, I'll let all 3 of you live. Pei Qian strode forward. Punch. Li Huai suddenly said, we're from Lion Peak. The old man smiled. Very good. I'm an honored guest of the Heavenly Monarch's residence. Then, will it work? Pei Qian bent his knees slightly and stepped out, opening a fish stance. The old man laughed. I recognize it. It's that trash Guyu's mountain-quaking fist. A pure martial artist actually dared to use talisman arts to harm Sword Immortal Ji. That old trash didn't take in any disciples and only left behind a trash fist manual that anyone can learn. It's misleading and harmful. The burly old man instantly appeared in front of the young girl and punched her in the head. Pei Qian's figure swayed, but he did not retreat. According to his experience in the pugilistic world, Pei Qian should have been sent flying, staggered, and received a second punch. However, Pei Qian was unwilling to retreat in front of this person. The burly old man at the golden body realm roared angrily and punched twice in a spurt of energy. One punch landed on the young girl's face and the other on her neck. The 3 punches ended. The old man retreated at lightning speed and stood side by side with the general. His face was gloomy. Pei Qian stood still and slowly raised his hand to wipe the blood from his nose with his thumb. When the old man saw a calm comrade walking over from behind the 3 of them, he heaved a sigh of relief. How could he survive in Jianghu if he bowed his head and apologized to a foreign girl in front of so many people? But the old man had no confidence that he could safely take the other's punch. If you don't understand, then don't think too much about it. Pei Qian stepped on the ground and instantly disappeared. Everyone's bodies were unstable. Wei Taizhen subconsciously wanted to support Li Huai's shoulder, but found that this young masterly didn't need her support. He was very steady, his feet like a mountain. Li Huai was too worried about Pei Qian to notice this. Wei Taizhen focused and was shocked to find that around Li Huai's sleeves, there were countless fine golden threads, imperceptibly counteracting Pei Qian's abundant fist intent. A heavy drum seemed to sound where Fu Lin was standing. The white-haired old man was lying on the ground. The young girl's punch had probably hit his forehead. The punch had been too fast, and she had changed the angle of the punch in an instant. That was why she was able to make the realm's 7th Grandmaster Fu Lin lie where he was after the punch. His entire head, which had taken the heaviest hit, sank slightly into the ground. Pei Qian twisted her body and started to face the middle-aged martial artist who was about to retreat. She lowered her body slightly. Using the pinnacle fish stance, she supported the monkey fist intent that Zhu Lian had taught her and formed a large dragon on her spine. Pei Qian suddenly looked at Li Huai as though she wanted to ask something. Li Huai nodded and said in a deep voice, "Just punch him. This person has bad intentions. It's okay to beat him half to death. In the future, if Master scolds you because of this, I will cry, make a fuss, and hang myself with your master." Pei Qian's eyes were still, but she grinned. She had probably heard Li Huai's words. Wei Taizhen felt this scene was horrifying and terrifying. Pei Qian punched with the divine drum beating stance. It was just one punch. She did not need to follow up with 10 or 20 punches. The middle-aged man flew back dozens of feet without any power to fight back and fell heavily on the ground. Pei Qian stood where she was and looked around. Come on. Other than where Li Huai and Wei Taizhen were, the ground within 1,000 feet cracked. Fist intents shot up into the sky. Pei Qian glanced at the restless qi cultivators in the sky from the corner of her eye. Pei Qian rose from the ground. Like a sword light leaving the mortal world. A huge circle collapsed and sank like a pavilion in the sky. Li Huai hurriedly picked up Pei Qian's bookcase and mountain walking staff with lightning speed. If they were broken, who would Pei Qian look for to settle the score? If not him, who would she look for? Pei Qian floated in the air. She stretched out 2 fingers and tapped her forehead, indicating that the group of cultivators should just focus on using immortal spells. Wei Taizhen could not help but ask in a trembling voice, "Young Masterly, didn't you say that Miss Pei is only at the Golden Body realm?" Wei Taizhen did not know anything about martial arts, but Pei Qian was only in her 20s and was already at the far travel realm. How could she not find a reason to tell him? After all, Pei Qian was not the martial artist Chao Ci of the Central Divine Continent. She was just a delicate girl who carried a bamboo box and swayed around Wei Taizhen every day. Li Huai put down the bamboo box gently and looked up at Pei Qian. He thought for a while and scratched his head. "I am not Chen Pingon. Pei Qian will listen to whatever he says and say whatever Pei Qian does." After that, Li Huai held back his laughter and said, as expected of our new alliance leader, "Fairy Wei, if you are willing, I can recommend you." Wei Taizhen glanced at Li Huai. Young Master Li was still as big-hearted as before. Pei Qian flew away with the wind. Her figure was erratic. She stood behind or at the side of the immortals on the mountain, not saying a word or punching. Finally, Pei Qian stepped on the air, causing a huge ripple in the sky. The girl's figure was nowhere to be seen, as though she was going to the highest point in the sky. When Pei Qian landed on the ground, the birds and beasts had already left. Pei Qian did not say a word. She carried the bamboo box and held the mountain walking stick, and said, "Let's hurry." Another year later, they finally reached Lion Peak. Wei Taizhen heaved a sigh of relief. She did not have to worry anymore. Just that her master was not at the peak. Pei Qian stayed on the mountain for half a year, occasionally going down the mountain. Half a year later, Pei Qian left alone, parting ways with Li Huai. Li Huai would return to the Aquarius continent, but she had to go to the northernmost snow-white continent by herself. The reason was that her master's impression of the continent was very ordinary, so she wanted to go there to ascend to the peak of the mountain. But this time, she could not be fast. The first two realms were too casual, and the hidden dangers were not small, so she had to take it slow. It was possible for her to stagnate for 8 to 10 years, if not, it would be difficult for her to gain a foothold in the next realm. Pei Qian's last meal at the shop at the foot of Lion Peak, Li Lu returned, and the family and Pei Qian ate at the same table. The woman felt that her son's eyesight was not good, but it was not bad. Li Huai looked at the way his mother looked at Pei Qian and the smile on her face, and perspired profusely. Previously, when his mother talked about this in private, Li Huai, who was never afraid of anything, almost knelt on the ground, begging his mother not to have such thoughts. If not, he would run away from home. Anyway, if he stayed at home, he would most likely be beaten to death by Pei Qian. When Pei Qian left the small town at the foot of the mountain, Li Er only nodded to the young lady, and did not send her off. The woman gave her a look, and Li Huai pushed her brother. Li Huai was originally fine, and was just a little sad, but in the end, he was trembling with fear, and his legs were not nimble enough to keep up with Pei Qian. Walking on the street, Pei Qian said, "I have seen the travel book that you have been hiding. I am fine." Li Huai was speechless, and sighed, Pei Qian said, "Don't send me off. If there is a chance in the future, I will bring you to travel. At that time, we can go to the central divine continent." Li Huai nodded, then it settled. Pei Qian walked forward with large strides, her back facing Li Huai, and waved her hand lightly. Li Huai stopped in place and waved goodbye to her. It seemed that Pei Qian did not greet him again, and secretly grew taller, from a slightly tanned girl to a 20-year-old girl with the figure of a 20-year-old woman. Pei Qian suddenly grew taller in a secluded place, and quietly flew away on the wind. 699. 3,000 Taoists from Qingming Tian entered the fifth world in an orderly manner. Among them, the Beko Keikyung building occupied the largest share, with more than 1,000 people. Other than that, the Xuandu Temple, Sui Gong, Immortal Staff Sect, and Bing Jia Mountain were all first-class sects, with 200 to 300 Taoists. The number of Taoist sects below them decreased accordingly. However, regardless of which sect they were from, most of them were Orthodox Taoist officials of Qingming Tian. Due to the Taoist certification system, they were widely accepted in the world. In addition, there were also 3,000 Buddhist disciples. There were also refugees who crazily rushed into the fifth world. 2 years after it opened, there were already close to 10 million people. Below the nascent soul realm, there were people from all walks of life. There were cultivators on the mountain and ordinary Taoists at the foot of the mountain. There were all kinds of people who had experienced great sorrow and joy after surviving a disaster. They came from the southeast Tongya continent and the southwest Fuyao continent respectively. However, there was a huge difference in the number of people from the Fuyao continent and the Tongya continent. The Fuyao continent only migrated from the eastern coastal area, while the Tongya continent fled from the entire continent. There was a great sword immortal in charge of opening the 2 doors. The one who opened the door with the sword was the old great sword immortal of the sword Qi Great Wall, Qi Tingji. The sage of literature's lineage was left and right. In addition to opening the door, these 2 sword immortals also had to guard the door from being destroyed by the great demon. The approximate location of the 3,000 Taoists was in the east. The Taoists of the Beko Keikyung building had worked together to create a large sea of clouds. The purple Qi was vast and mighty, and rain and dew fell, moistening the earth. The sea of clouds was uneven. All the mountains that were higher than the Sea of Clouds were the places where the Beko Keikyung building and the other Taoists fought for. Some of the mountains were not far from the ground. Some of the mountains were empty, but still could not be higher than the Sea of Clouds. The amount of spiritual qi and luck was determined. The Taoists of the Beko Keikyung building tried their best to choose the 5 adjacent mountains according to the instructions of the 5 cities, 12 buildings, and their respective sections. They inscribed the true shape of the 5 mountains on the 5 adjacent mountains and used magic weapons to suppress the mountains to gather spiritual qi. Every time the 5 mountains were formed, it was the embryonic form of a big dynasty or a small vassal state. In addition, there was another magical effect. The mighty spiritual qi of heaven and earth was detained near the mountains. The many hidden treasures of heaven and earth in the area of the 5 mountains would often be unable to hide the light of treasures. Once the Taoists of the Beko Keikyung building followed the clues, they could immediately search for it. It was a bit like the method of draining the pond to catch the fish. In fact, it did not damage the spiritual qi at all. Instead, it could condense the scattered qi of heaven and earth into wisps of qi of heaven and earth, lingering around the 5 mountains or driving it into the rivers before stabilizing it. It would be the location of the future mountain god's mansion. However, the sword celestial lineage of the Xian-Du temple annoyed the Taoists of the Beko Keikyung building the most. They only occupied a few mountains with decent spiritual qi and began to deliberately destroy the Taoists of the Beko Keikyung building. Every time they painstakingly inscribed 4 true shape of the 5 mountains, the Taoists of the Xian-Du temple would then secretly draw a sword celestial guide map of their own temple. Even if one of the true shape of the 5 mountains was missing, even if it was all wasted, it would not be easy to choose a new mountain. Moreover, the loss was immeasurable. Because of the crazy actions of the sword celestial lineage of the Xian-Du temple, the few top celestial families were pleasantly surprised. They all signed contracts and roughly circled out their own territories to minimize unnecessary conflicts. All of this was to quickly obtain as many feng shui treasured lands as possible before the Beko Keikyung building. In short, the 3,000 Taoists each had their own long-term plans and conflicts of various sizes were endless. The 3,000 monks were located in the west. The refugees of the Fuyao continent poured into the north. The refugees of the Tongyi continent were located in the south. The city occupied by the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was located in the middle. Ningyao rode her sword alone to the east. After seeing the purple sea of clouds filled with Tao intent, she pondered for a while and directly headed south. The mountains and rivers were far away and the heavens and earth were lonely. However, there were 2 more strange heads among the objects in front of him. However, there were far more than 2 battles. This obviously meant that the 5th world, which had yet to be named, was extremely dangerous. Over at the heavenly gate, Lu Chen stretched out a finger and rubbed his lips. He smiled and said, "Daoist son, it's not very appropriate to hurt the harmony like this, right? When I return to the Beko Keikyung building, it will be hard for me to explain to my senior brother." "That's enough. You know my senior brother's temper. When he's angry, he doesn't care about anything. When he goes to the Xian-Du temple, I won't be able to persuade him." Junior brother Shan Qing stood at the side with a serious expression. The little Daoist child who was carrying the Duliang blade-strengthening gourd on his back was gloating. He couldn't wait for Lu Qin and Daoist Sun to scratch each other's faces. Daoist Sun said guiltily, "These disciples of mine don't follow the orders of their ancestors. They're like wild horses. Young people are still angry and don't know when to stop. What can I do? If they break the rules, I'll help you persuade them and be the peacemaker." The little Daoist child who had been eavesdropping on the conversation felt that Daoist Sun was really good at lying through his teeth. He had to learn from him. If he met that old scholar again in the future, he didn't know who would be scolding who. Daoist Sun smiled and said, however, Daoist Lu, you have to inform the scholarly sage in advance. He can't let me break the rule of not going beyond 1,000 feet. After all, it's a rule set by the Sage of Rites himself. I still respect the Sage of Rites. Daoist Lu, you're different. You're bold and have such a great master backing you up. However, I'm unfortunate. The founding ancestor of the Xiandu Temple has already left. I'm the best at fighting. If I really lose in a fight, who can I complain to? Lu Qin said helplessly, I'm not on good terms with the Sage of Rites. Daoist Sun, don't you know? Daoist Sun laughed and said, I'm old. I forget things easily. The little Daoist child was impressed. Shan Qing frowned. If the Xiandu Temple continued to stir things up like this, a slight move would affect the entire situation. If one step was slow, the second sect master's senior brother's plan to gather 500 spirit officials through the fifth world would most likely be pushed back by hundreds of years. Lu Qin raised his hand and stroked the lotus Daoist crown. He smiled and comforted his cute little junior brother who was worried about the sky. Every result, big or small, is the manifestation of thousands of great Daos. Let nature take its course and we'll just watch from the sidelines. Lu Qin really did not care about the conflict between the Beko Keikyung building Daoist priests and the Xiandu Temple sword immortals. However, there were some things that he had to talk about. When he returned to the Beko Keikyung building or the Little Lotus Grotto Heaven in the future, he could brush it off with his senior brother and master. However, in the eyes of his little junior brother, the matter was right in front of him. It was his own matter. It was not bad, but it was definitely not good either. Lu Qin jumped twice and looked towards the south. Little stinky cow nose, it's time for you to get down to business. I can help you pass that metal ring and the blade strengthening gourd to the scholarly sage. The little Daoist child was furious. Sect Master Lu, you have to be more polite when you speak to me. The little Daoist child of this temple had always been well behaved when he was with Lu Qin. In fact, he was not afraid of Lu Qin at all. However, before his master left for the Green Netherworld, he instructed him to do 3 things. One of them was to not make enemies with Lu Qin. Another was to take out one of the Lotus Blossom blessed lands and place it somewhere in the 5th heaven. That place was currently uninhabited. There was a majestic tower in the Tongye continent. It was an aged parasol tree called the Demon Subduing Tower. It had a similar meaning to the Zhenbei's tower. It was just a scholar who did some superficial things. The old temple master did not touch the foundation of the Demon Subduing Tower. However, without the metal ring that belonged to the old Daoist as the core of the formation, it was meaningless. Therefore, there would be an additional transaction of merit in the process. Together with the blade strengthening gourd, it was 2 strokes. According to the little Daoist child's own guess, if his master accidentally lost the argument with the Daoist ancestor, he could still use these 2 merits to ask the Sage of Rites for help. Then, his master and he would be able to return to the vast heaven. They would no longer have to stay in the Green Netherworld to look at other people's faces. As for what his master was planning and what he would do in the end, the little Daoist child did not care. After all, he was used to relying on his master. On the other hand, Lu Qin was scolding the little Daoist child by calling him a little cow nose. He even scolded his old master. As a disciple, of course, he could not tolerate it. Lu Qin said, "Little cow nose, the old temple master saved some incense for you. You've almost used it all up. Take it easy." The little Daoist child was puzzled. What do you mean? The little Daoist child had always regarded himself as the first disciple of the temple master. However, the old Daoist did not see him as a direct disciple. This was something that could not be helped. Lu Chen smiled. The lotus blossom blessed land was divided into 4. It was called the Road of Mount Zhongnan. The more talented a sword cultivator was, the more natal flying swords they had. Once they had this blade-strengthening gourd, they would complement each other the most. The flying sword that was nurtured was the toughest. Its name was also strange. It only had one word, 3. It was the sharpest sword. A sword cultivator could break 10,000 techniques with one sword. The sword in the gourd could break 10,000 swords. It was called the burden of the heart. The flying sword was the smallest and the most delicate. It could be refined to be truly invisible and ignore the river of time. Immediately. It was the most suitable to store wine. When a cultivator drank wine, they were absorbing sword qi without any side effects. It was called good wine. It meant that drinking wine was the most beautiful thing in the world. A total of 7 blade-strengthening gourds were left behind in the vast world for some reason. The small Aquarius continent had great fortune and had 2. Xinjiang Mountain's purple gold blade-strengthening gourd, ox hair, had once been given to a female sword cultivator, Su Jia, who had high hopes for her sect. Of course, it was not an ancestral item of Xinjiang Mountain. Xinjiang Mountain did not have such a foundation. It was obtained halfway. Winsnow Temple also had a snow-white blade-strengthening gourd. It was obtained by Wei Jin, who had reached the upper 5 realms at the age of 40. The little Taoist boy guessed that it was the good wine. In addition, the eldest disciple of the White Emperor City Lord of the Central Plains Divine Continent obtained 3. The god of wealth of the White Mountain Continent's Lu family obtained at Mount Zhongnan after half buying and half robbing. He had kept it for a long time and did not show it to others easily. He spread the word that it would be one of the betrothal gifts for his son, Lu Yuzhou, when he got married. The great sword immortal of the north, by Shang of the North Continent, obtained Road of Mount Zhongnan. However, the 2 most suitable offensive blade-strengthening gourds for sword cultivators were Worry in Mind and Immediately. However, they were nowhere to be found. The little Taoist boy wanted to regain his dignity, so he smiled cheekily and said, "Sect Master Lu, do you want to meet a descendant of the Lu family?" Lu Chen looked at Lu Qin. It was interesting just thinking about it. Lu Qin smiled and said, "There's no need to meet a child who can't even light the incense of the 3 pure ones in inverted hanging mountain." Taoist's son looked into the distance and clicked his tongue in wonder. What an interesting Shan Qing. He said that he was going to travel far away, but he was going straight to a mountain that Xiandu Temple had recently occupied. Looking at his posture, he was going to kill all the Taoists of Xiandu Temple below the nascent soul realm. Lu Chen exclaimed and stomped his foot. "This is outrageous. Aren't you afraid that little senior brother will beat Taoist's son to death?" Taoist's son nodded and said, "When you drive a dog into a corner, it will do something desperate." Since Taoist's son had said so himself, Lu Chen had nothing to say. Taoist's son sneered. "That's true, but is it that easy to kill him? So what if he has many treasures on him and his combat strength has increased by 1 realm? The sword immortals of Xiandu Temple may not be as rich as the old and young immortals of Beko Keikyong building, but when it comes to fighting, they are still quite capable." A young monk from the west broke through at almost the same time as Shan Qing. A young and beautiful woman from Xiandu Temple who carried a sword on her back broke through slightly slower. However, Shan Qing who wielded a sword had the strength to fight. Although it was difficult for her to win, she could hold Shan Qing back for a while. When the cultivators of Xiandu Temple went down the mountain, they would either be amiable and allow others to scold and beat them up. They would not easily fight with others, or they would directly attack and beat them to death. Apart from that, the Taoists of Xiandu Temple like to call their fellow disciples and friends to gang up on their enemies. Therefore, the Taoists of the lower 5 realms of Xiandu Temple were usually very experienced. Of course, after ascending to the upper 5 realms, they should not do things so openly. According to the words of the old Grandmaster, it would be bad for their reputation if word got out. As for what they did in private, Daoist Sun was always traveling outside. He could not see or hear, so of course, he could not care about it. I take in disciples and disciples take in grand disciples. I only care about imparting Daoist techniques and sword techniques. In the future, when you go down the mountain to travel, it is up to you whether you bring honor to Xiandu Temple or not. In fact, Sun Huizhong did not care about small matters. That was because he had a catchphrase, I have achieved success in my cultivation, so I am calm. The old temple master only cared about important matters. Therefore, he had another catchphrase, I have been diligent in my swordsmanship all my life. Is it to reason with fools? Actually, after Lu Qin opened 2 new doors in the 5th world, he often used his fingers to calculate. Daoist Sun asked, do you miss the vast world that much? Lu Qin smiled and said, in the Pearl Grotto Heaven, I have set up a fortune-telling stall for many years. It is inevitable that I miss it. Daoist Sun shook his sleeves and raised his hand to quickly pinch his fingers. He exclaimed and said, what a coincidence. I did not expect Daoist Lu to have such deep karma even though you have only been away for a few years. I did not expect that we would have such karma even though we have gone our separate ways. However, I have good karma while you have bad karma. I am worried for you. Lu Qin agreed and said, yes, I am worried. After all, Chao Ci was only at the peak of the mountain. That year when he returned to his hometown, he set up a stall in that small town to tell people's fortunes. Unfortunately, he only had a 1K by his side to check his literary fortune. If he had another Wu K, Qi Jingchuan's camouflage would not have worked. Lu Qin shook his sleeves and stopped pinching his fingers to calculate. Daoist Sun was still pinching his fingers in his sleeves and laughed, Daoist Lu, you can't take it anymore. Lu Qin said impatiently, Temple Master, stop pretending over there. Daoist Sun laughed and shook his sleeves. Even if he was pretending, he had won against Lu Qin. After returning to Xiandu Temple, he had a chat with the direct disciples and reminded them not to mention such trivial matters to their disciples. Lu Qin lamented, the door to this world has been opened and all 5 worlds have been connected. Daoist Sun retracted his smile and nodded, Divination 1 is the most difficult. Both of them were silent. There was also a fire-burning Daoist child who felt that it was useless to listen to Daoist techniques. Lu Qin said casually, it's a pity that I can't meet Daoist Frost's Daoist companion. What a pity. At most, she is half Daoist Frost's Daoist companion. Daoist Sun sighed, people are trapped by love. Daoist Frost did the opposite and trapped his sweetheart. He was infatuated and ruthless. Outsiders can't tell right from wrong. Palace Master Wu Shuangjiang, the most famous Daoist magnate in the history of the Lunar Palace, had almost single-handedly raised a second-rate sect to become one of the most outstanding sects in the green underworld. After he gained a firm foothold, a large group of geniuses, including the guardian of the Lunar Palace, rose. Wu Frost himself was once among the top 10 of the Green Netherworld sect. Although his ranking was not high, he was still quite capable among the top 10 of the entire world. He could have broken through the bottleneck of the Ascendant Realm, but he remained in seclusion. Because Wu Frost had not appeared for too long, he fell out of the top 10 hundreds of years ago. The little Daoist child was most interested in the inside story of the mountain peak. He asked curiously, if Wu Frost fought without restraint and used all his techniques, would he be able to defeat the 2 of you? Lu Qin smiled. Isn't the purpose of cultivating Daoist techniques to avoid fighting? Daoist Sun nodded and smiled. It shouldn't be just for fighting. The little Daoist child snorted. What were the Beko Keikyung building Daoists and the sword immortal Daoist lineage doing? Lu Qin tiptoed and looked at the flow of fate in this world. He said without reason, there's no doubt about the first place. Daoist Sun said, you should be glad that Daoist Qin isn't here. Otherwise, it's possible that the two worlds will collide in a sword battle in the future. Lu Qin smiled, you're wrong. If he's here, he'll only be more and more restrained. Daoist Sun stroked his beard and nodded, that's true. The little Daoist child whispered, can't you two talk about something I can understand? Lu Qin said, it's difficult. Daoist Sun said, extremely difficult. In the central area of this world, there were two Confucian sages guarding the sky screen. One was from the Li Ji Academy of the Sage of Rites and the other was from the River Academy of the Secondary Sage. They were both accompanying Confucian sages. One of them recorded everything he saw and heard in a book. The other watched the east and west gates to prevent cultivators of the upper five realms from sneaking in and nascent soul cultivators from the north and south gates. The two sages each brought a disciple of their own lineage. They were both gentlemen of the academy. One of the gentlemen had a long sword, the Great Spirit. It was given to him by a friend when he traveled the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Because of their relationship with the sages, the two gentlemen were able to observe the world. There were many strange people and interesting things. For example, among the 3,000 Taoists, there was a Daoist sect, one of the ancestral courts of the Talisman sect. The leader was a nascent soul cultivator named Nanshan. As for their sworn enemy, Harvest Mountain, they also had a nascent soul cultivator. Her name was Yuran. Not only were the man and woman born in the same year and month, but they were also born at the exact same time. Apart from this, the two gentlemen also knew a lot about the Green Netherworld. In the past, the books of the sages did not record this. In the vast world, there were 10 types of rogue cultivators, including the tailor and the lone rider of the South Sea. They were defined as evil cultivators that everyone wanted to kill. In the Green Netherworld, there were also 10 types of cultivators that were not welcomed. Although they were not as bad as rats, they definitely did not dare to approach the Beko Keikyung building without permission. They were the rice thief, the undead immortal, the curtain roller, the red crisp hand, the porter, the coffin bearer, the mountain patrolling envoy, the dressing lady, the machete master, and the one-character master. This time, the 3,000 Taoists entered the new world. Apart from the large sects, there were also hundreds of mountain and lake cultivators in the Green Netherworld. Due to fate and good fortune, each of them received a jade clearance token from the Beko Keikyung building. Inside and outside the city of sword cultivators, after Ningyao ascended to the pure jade realm, even though Ningyao deliberately left the city and traveled alone, the nascent soul stage sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, including Qi Shou, were still slightly suppressed by the great Tao of heaven and earth. This was especially so for Qi Shou, who was the most likely nascent soul stage cultivator to break through the pure jade realm after Ningyao. Not only did Ningyao break through the pure jade realm, but she also made rapid progress in the pure jade realm. This caused Qi Shou's breakthrough to be much slower than Shan Qing, the Western Arhat, and the Nuguan of Xiandu Temple. When the heavens and earth first opened, many great Tao manifested. The impact was relatively deep and obvious. As time went on, it would become more and more blurry. However, with Qi Shou's outstanding talent and the potential reward of being the leader of the criminal officers, he would definitely become the second batch of pure Jade Realm cultivators in the first 10 years. The so-called first batch was actually Ningyao. After that, it would be the second batch, which included Shan Qing, the Western Bodhisattva, and Qi Shou. There would not be many of them, at most 10. After that, the cultivators who reached the upper 5 realms in the first 90 years would be the third batch. There would not be many cultivators from the Tongye continent and Fuyao continent. This was because compared to the east and west gates, the cultivators from the two continents who entered the fifth world from the north and south, except for a few nascent soul cultivators, would not be allowed to enter the new world. As for the small group of nascent soul cultivators, they were exceptions because their sex merits and their cultivator's character were recognized by the Central Plains Confucian Temple. For example, the Taoist nun of the Taiping Mountain and the sword cultivator Huang Ting. Including her, without exception, all of them were forced to rush here by their respective sections. Naturally, their sects were prepared for the destruction of their sects, for everyone to die in battle, and for only one person to continue burning incense in the ancestral hall. It was now the end of the 5th year of Jiachuan. Before this, there was a big argument about whether to choose the year name of Jiachuan or the one suggested by the Confucian Temple. In the end, the year name of Jiachuan was chosen. In fact, it was only decided not long ago. Therefore, before that, both names were used. The old elementary scholar used one name and the Confucian Temple used the other. No one was convinced by the other. Of course, according to the old elementary scholar, Brother Baiyi was not a mute and spoke for the first time. Baiyi said that he felt that the two words Jiachuan were very beautiful and had a good meaning. Every day, Baiyi held a sword to his neck and did not dare to disobey. Other than that, there was another argument about when the first year was. Was it when the old elementary scholar and Baiyi entered the new world together? Or was it when the city of the Great Wall of Sword Chi landed? Of course, it was the old elementary scholar who argued with the Confucian Temple. In the end, the old elementary scholar won both arguments. Regarding the year name of Jiachuan, Baiyi opened the way with his sword. Later on, the merit of opening the world with his sword was too great. Of course, the old elementary scholar didn't slack off either. He worked hard without complaint and accomplished many things, such as setting the mountains and rivers. Therefore, the Confucian Temple agreed to the old elementary scholar's request. We should at least sell by some face. However, even a fool knew that Baiyi, who was known as the proudest scholar in the world, wouldn't interfere with the year name. Would he even put his sword to the old elementary scholar's neck? It was hard to say who would put the sword to whose neck. As for the first year of Jiachuan, the time of the city's landing was also a matter of endless debate. Not long after the old elementary scholar left the fifth world, he went to the Confucian Temple proudly. He walked with his nose in the air and his sleeves fluttering in the wind. It turned out that the old elementary scholar had stolen the ancestral painting of the mountain search map from Baizé. In the beginning, the Confucian Temple had wanted to place the first year of Jiachuan between the old elementary scholar and Baiyi. When they first entered the new world, the old elementary scholar gave up all his merit in exchange for the protection of the fate of the Great Tao and the mountain search map. However, the old elementary scholar didn't want it and gave it to the South Hausa continent. Therefore, the Confucian Temple had nothing to say. When the Confucian Temple closed its doors, the old elementary scholar quarreled with the vice-hierarch of the Confucian Temple, the Grand Chancellor of the Academy, and the headmaster of the Central Plains Academy. Later on, the secondary sage and even the sage of rites arrived. The old elementary scholar directly said that scholars like them shouldn't quarrel with each other behind closed doors. They should also close the doors of their study rooms. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a disgrace to the scholars. However, they were all scholars. If they were too disgraceful, the juniors would laugh at them. Therefore, except for the three of them, everyone left the Confucian Temple and stood in the square outside, waiting for the news. In the end, the two vice-hierarchs, the three grand chancellors, and the 10 headmasters of the academies saw the three sages walking out of the Confucian Temple together. The old elementary scholar and the secondary sage were walking beside the sage of rites. However, the old elementary scholar slowed down his pace and pushed the secondary sage aside, walking in the middle. Fortunately, the sage of rights smiled and the secondary sage didn't blame him. Thus, the sage of rights allowed the old elementary scholar to break the rules for once. However, the old elementary scholar was still an old elementary scholar. He didn't regain his status as the sage of literature. His statue wouldn't be moved back into the Confucian temple and wouldn't be worshipped to the sage of literature. In the end, everyone left. The old elementary scholar was the only one sitting on the stairs. He seemed to be chatting with someone about trivial matters. The old elementary scholar didn't look worried when he complained to others. Moreover, the old elementary scholar complained a lot and showed off a lot. An old man who was worshipped as the sage of literature sat beside the old elementary scholar. The old man wanted to leave and attend to some matters. However, the old elementary scholar grabbed his sleeves tightly and he couldn't leave. The old man could only pull at his sleeves lightly, indicating that it was enough. The old elementary scholar sat sideways and pulled at his sleeves with both hands. He said, "Let's chat a bit more, let's chat a bit more. We haven't even talked about how my last disciple went to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to find a wife. Old man, you don't know this, but this last disciple of mine is the master of my line of knowledge. When it comes to finding a wife, he's even better than teacher and senior martial brother." The old man said helplessly, Bai Ye's sword was already considered polite. Inside the southernmost gate, the Confucian school had set up 2 mountain and river restrictions. After entering the 5th world and crossing the 2nd boundary, one could only leave and not return. Ning Yao flew on her sword and arrived 1,000 miles away. She looked at the gate that stood between heaven and earth from afar. As long as she used her sword to cut open the restrictions, she could cross the gate and go to Tongyi continent. However, Ning Yao turned around and left in the end. In the end, she changed her mind. She sheathed her sword and carried it on her back before landing on the ground. She wore a golden robe and carried a sword immortal on her back. Ning Yao planned to find a few Tongyi continent cultivators to ask about the latest situation. A group of 10 or so people flew away on the wind, getting further and further away from the gate. They were all Dragon Sect and Golden Core cultivators. They had been scared witless when they were fleeing, but after arriving here, they had formed an alliance. Thus, they felt that they had profited from a disaster and that the world was vast. The reason was simple. There wasn't a single nascent soul cultivator nearby. Moreover, in this world, there were no more 5 realms. 3 golden cores and 9 dragon sect. Was it difficult to kill a nascent soul cultivator? Actually, it wasn't that simple. After all, the strength on paper was just an illusion. If a nascent soul cultivator were to kill 1 or 2 people first, causing everyone to tremble in fear, then take them down one by one. In the end, everyone would surround and kill one person, or be chased down by one person. It was hard to say who would be the one to kill who. The young sword cultivator and the woman pulled apart a distance and walked side by side. Ning Yao said, "You are blind and deaf. Your cultivation level is low. Speak less and go further away." Siyun laughed. "Are you saying that I can't tell good from bad? That's not the case. It's just that other than Su Dao and Yu Jin, the other 2 do not deserve to die. It's enough to teach them a lesson. As long as they are not evil people, we, the cultivators of the Tongyi continent, should abandon our past grudges and cultivate wholeheartedly. Who knows, we might soon meet the cultivators of the Fuyao continent, or even the barbarians of the Great Wall of Sword Chi who love to kill." Previously, he did not think so, but when he got closer to look at this woman, he realized that she was really charming. Naturally, it was not because of her beauty. To a young genius with a pure sword heart, he just felt that she made people forget about the vulgarity. Ningyao kept her eyes forward and said, "You don't listen to advice. You should change it after your cultivation level drops." Si Yun was about to speak. He was instantly sent flying. More than half of his golden core was shattered. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices and could not get up even if he struggled with all his might. His vision was blurry. He could vaguely see the woman's back figure slowly walking away. The other 10 people looked at each other. Should he take advantage of the situation and kill them to snatch the corpse liberation, or should he save them and form a huge relationship with the Xianqing sect? Other than the 2 nascent soul ancestral masters of the Xianqing sect, almost all of the consecrators, guests, and direct disciples of the ancestral hall had already entered this new world. It was said that even the portrait of the ancestral hall and the divine master were carried by Si Yun and placed in an ancestral item. Someone gritted his teeth and said in his heart, "What relationship? It's all F***king fake stuff. Why do we still care about this now? What immortal master of the registry? Which one of them isn't a wild cultivator now?" After obtaining a half-immortal weapon, whoever breaks through to the nascent soul realm first will get it. Let's all swear that the person who obtains the corpse liberation in the future will be the leader. This person must protect the rest of us to break through to the next realm. Another person reminded that corpse liberation is a half-immortal weapon that recognizes its master. Who dares to take it? Who can refine it? If Si Yun is dead, it's fine, but Si Yun is not dead. Someone said softly, "Si Yun's cultivation level dropped, but I didn't see the corpse liberation being unsheathed." Saying that it recognizes its master is most likely a method by the Xianqing sect to gain fame for Si Yun. There were also a few immortal masters who were unwilling to take the risk, but they were not willing to speak at the moment. Blocking an opportunity on the mountain was more hateful than cutting off one's path to wealth at the foot of the mountain. Unexpectedly, when no one dared to make the first move, Si Yun sat up. His sword, corpse liberation, was unsheathed by itself and hovered in the air. He reached out to hold the sword, but it did not hurt his palm at all. It was as if he was being supported by the sword. Si Yun's eyes were gloomy as he looked at those bastards. Even if he was really deaf, Si Yun was not blind. He could see their expressions and gazes. Si Yun let go of the half-immortal weapon, corpse liberation. He was on the verge of collapse, but he was not afraid of them at all. He gritted his teeth and said, "A bunch of trash. You only have a broken golden core that knows a little talisman, and you dare to kill me and snatch my sword." Si Yun suddenly lowered his head and stared at his beloved sword. Tears streamed down his face. He reached out to cover his heart and choked with sobs. "Why did you pretend to be dead just now? Why didn't you unsheath yourself? Why didn't you protect my golden core? If you didn't kill her, it would have been good to protect my golden core." The long sword trembled as if it was crying. It seemed to be even more aggrieved than its master who had dropped in cultivation level. It did not dare to unsheath. It was afraid that its master would die. It was just that the half-immortal weapons in the world were often like ignorant children who had not been enlightened. They could not speak or write. Otherwise, this corpse liberation would clearly tell Si Yun that that woman was very likely to be the first person recognized by the world's great Tao. Those 10 people finally realized that the half-immortal weapon, corpse liberation, could kill people on its own. Therefore, they did not hesitate and immediately used all kinds of methods to escape with the wind. Si Yun did not have the intention to chase after them. Firstly, he was not sure what to do after suffering such a disaster. Secondly, there were too many accidents after his realm dropped. He did not want to provoke them. He had already remembered the 10 people's appearances and clothes, and he also knew the general background of these cultivators. The mountains would not change, and the rivers would flow forever. He would have a chance to meet them again in the future. This young genius who carried all the hopes of his sect raised his head and looked in the direction that the woman left. He suddenly realized that she came from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Ning Yao arrived at the Green Mountain and the bamboo forest. She looked around and finally chose a green bamboo tree. She made a walking stick and held it in her hand. Seeing that there was no one around, Ning Yao started to walk with the walking stick. She imagined him leading the way when he was young. She imagined him traveling alone after he turned 20. She imagined him getting drunk when he was drunk. She imagined him walking in the mountains and rivers and looking at the scenery with his eyes wide open. She would write all of these down in a book. After walking for a while, Ning Yao returned to normal. She stood on the peak of the Green Mountain and supported herself with the walking stick. She softly called out a name. Then, she listened attentively to the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the bamboo forest. It seemed to be an answer. Previously, when she had just arrived at the new world, her inner demon when she broke through the nascent soul realm was the Qin Pingon in her heart. To Ning Yao, her inner demon was just like that. However, it was just a face-to-face encounter. After Ning Yao took a few more glances, she was quickly killed by her. Therefore, the breakthrough happened in an instant. It was extremely complicated yet simple. Ning Yao only understood one thing in an instant. The Qin Pingon in her heart could never be compared to the real Qin Pingon. As the deputy mountain master, he not only had to protect the students to concentrate on their studies, but he also had to strive to obtain the title of one of the 72 academies of the Confucian Temple for Cliff Academy. Therefore, Mao Xiaodong did not have an easy time these years. The most important thing was that Dolly Xiao who did not tell Mao Xiaodong how to do it. When they arrived at the Li Ji Academy, the Grand Chancellor also did not tell Mao Xiaodong how to pass the assessment. He only asked Mao Xiaodong to wait for the news. Mao Xiaodong could only let more than 30 students, including Li Baoping, calm down and study hard. Mao Xiaodong actually felt a little guilty. This was because the most important factor in whether or not the academy could be promoted to one of the 72 academies was the depth of the mountain master's knowledge. When Senior Qi Jingchen was still alive, Mao Xiaodong did not find it difficult at all for Cliff Academy to obtain this honor. However, when he became the mountain master, he felt even more powerless. Since he had returned to the Confucian Temple Academy, he could not rely on himself as the mountain master. Logically speaking, he could only rely on the students. However, when it came to the source of students, whether it was the Cliff Academy in Dolly's capital city or the Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom, they could not compete with Lakeview Academy. Before the relocation, Cliff Academy and Lakeview Academy were both part of the 72 academies. However, the first-rate students of the Aquarius continent still preferred to try their luck at Lakeview Academy. If they could not pass, they would settle for the next best thing, which was to go to Dolly's Cliff Academy. In fact, regarding this matter, Mao Xiaodong, the other deputy mountain masters, and the former emperor of Dolly, all had complaints. Only Senior Qi was always casual and calm. No matter what kind of students came to the academy, he only asked the teachers to focus on teaching them the same knowledge. When Qi Jingchen was the mountain master, Cliff Academy had always been unshakable in one aspect. Every year, they would select a group of students from poor families from the prefectures and counties. Even if these people had a poor foundation in knowledge, the academy would still accept them every year. Qi Jingchen would personally impart knowledge to them. Therefore, to a large extent, many of the talented and intelligent students from the Aquarius continent who had excellent family backgrounds were not willing to come to the Cliff Academy to study, and were also unwilling to be in the same class as these poor students. Mao Xiaodong remembered very clearly that the former emperor of Dali had once visited the academy and hinted to Senior Qi that Dali's capital city was willing to accept these poor scholars. He promised that they would not mistreat or delay these scholars. Not only that, the officials of Dali would also specially open up a smooth career for them. Did this mean that Mr. Qi and the academy did not have to worry? With Mr. Qi's knowledge, he could choose the best students in the academy. Senior Qi laughed and said that even if the Song clan wanted to forget their roots, it was still too early. Therefore, this matter was left unsettled. Therefore, before they went to the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven, Mountain Chieftain Qi Jingchen did not have any direct disciples. She taught the sons of prestigious clans who were relatively more knowledgeable, as well as the sons of humble commoners who came from the countryside. Mao Xiaodong himself was actually no stranger to this Book of Rites learning palace. He had once come here to study with his two senior brothers, Cui Yu and Qi Jingchen. In the end, the two senior brothers didn't stay for long and left him here alone. They left without saying goodbye, only leaving behind a letter. In the letter, senior brother Qi said what a senior brother should say, pointing out the direction of Mao Xiaodong's studies, who he should learn from, and which sage books he should work on. In any case, it was very comforting. However, at the end of the letter, senior brother Zhua told Mao Xiaodong not to worry. If he was bullied, he should inform Senior Qi Jingchen and remember not to bother the teacher. Senior Qi Jingchen was very free and the teacher was very busy. How could Mao Xiaodong not worry? Other than involving the teacher's knowledge, Mao Xiaodong did not dare to complain casually. Senior brother Zhua did not do anything every time, but when he did, the teacher had to clean up the mess himself. Moreover, the sage of rites had always been friendly with the teacher. Therefore, Mao Xiaodong could only bite the bullet and rest assured that he would study here for several years. Mao Xiaodong walked out of the pavilion and looked at the couplet under the stairs. Experience was needed before words could be said with substance. Only when the words were integrated with the heart, would one feel that the book was interesting. Mao Xiaodong turned his head and saw Li Baoping, who was holding a walking stick and wearing a red cotton-padded jacket. When Li Baoping walked to his side, Mao Xiaodong laughed softly and said, "Skipping class again." Li Baoping nodded and then shook her head. "I told the teacher in advance that I would like to go to the oil sack lake with Mr. Zhong and Sister Taizhang to enjoy the snow." After Zhong Qiu and Chao Qinglang left the Great Wall of Sword Qi, they parted ways with Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian. The latter returned to the Aquarius continent, but they traveled to the Chens of the South Sa continent and then to the Central Plains. They traveled for several years and finally came to the School of Rites. They heard that the Maoshan Mountain Master and Li Baoping happened to be studying there, so they stopped here. During this time, Chen Sancho and Taizhang came to the School of Rites. Chen Sancho had become a Confucian scholar, but Taizhang was waiting for someone. Unfortunately, the friend that Taizhang was looking for was said to have followed the saint to the fifth world. Mao Xiaodong laughed. "What's so good about the oil sack lake? It's more like the Flattery Lake. What's the big deal?" Then, Mao Xiaodong whispered, "Baoping, these are my personal opinions. I'll say it to you secretly. Just forget it after you hear it. Don't tell others." Li Baoping said, "I won't casually talk about the excellence of other people's writings or their character. Even if I really want to talk about this person, I'll talk about it together with the philosophy of praising elegance and rejecting frivolity. I won't just cling on to the phrase, 'The oil sack obtains the water of the Milky Way,' I will add the cup of longevity to it and get entangled with others. The book is close for 1,000 years and the green water flows away are excellent." Mao Xiaodong smiled and nodded, "Very good." Learning, discussing Tao, and dealing with people must be so righteous and peaceful. Li Baoping hesitated for a moment and said, "Mr. Mao, don't worry too much. Previously, she saw Mr. Mao admiring the scenery alone from afar. Li Baoping came here to greet the Maoshan mountain master. Mao Xiaodong laughed. It's inevitable to worry, but I won't worry too much. Don't worry. Li Baoping bid farewell and left. He reunited with Zhong Qiu, Chao Qinglang, and sister Stack Zhang, who went to the oil sack lake to admire the snow. Chen Sancho was now a Confucian scholar in the academy. It was not good for him to skip classes. Moreover, although Chen Sancho read a lot of books at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he only realized that it was not easy to catch up when he actually went to the academy to study. Moreover, Chen Sancho became a Confucian scholar in the academy for no reason. When he just arrived at the Li Ji Academy, an amiable old man found him and they chatted and admired the scenery. Chen Sancho only found out later that the old man was the Grand Chancellor of the academy. Therefore, Chen Sancho studied diligently. Because he entered the nascent soul realm on his journey from the South Sa continent to the Central Divine continent, Chen Sancho had his own advantages compared to many scholars in the academy who were not cultivators. During the day, the headmaster taught Tao and at night, he studied by himself. At the same time, he could nurture his sword will without tiredness. Stack Zhang was still at the bottleneck of the Oris core realm, but she did not think much of it. After all, Chen Sancho was recognized as a scholar in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The natal supernatural power of the flying sword was related to literary luck, so it was normal for Chen Sancho to break through the realm. Moreover, Stack Zhang was now in a state of sudden relaxation. It was as if she did not know what to do after leaving the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When she thought of reuniting with the Confucian gentleman one day, Stack Zhang would be nervous. The fifth world would only open after 100 years. At that time, she and Chen Sancho could go to the foreign place where it was difficult to distinguish between home and foreign land, and meet Ning Yao and the others. Therefore, Li Baoping often took sister Stack Zhang out to relax. Mao Xiaodong looked in the direction they left. The red cotton-padded jacket Li Baoping and the green-robed scholar Chao Qinglang were used to traveling with the mountain walking staff. Mao Xiaodong stroked his beard and smiled. He was relieved. The depression in his heart fell with the snow. No matter what, the incense of his literary lineage was no longer so unstable as if it would disappear at any time. Mao Xiaodong had a good impression of Chao Qinglang. And Chao Qinglang was the direct disciple of his junior brother Chen Pingan. According to seniority, she should call him martial uncle. In fact, when Chao Qinglang met him for the first time, she bowed and called him martial uncle. Mao Xiaodong just sat opposite him and sincerely felt that his teacher did not care about trifles and yet did great things all over the world. The old scholar smiled and said, "Earlier, at the wine shop of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I was drinking with Zhua and your younger martial brother. Chen Pingan talked about your teaching and preaching. He said that you are the most like me, mellow and gentle. He also said that you study carefully and teach with trepidation." Mao Xiaodong hurriedly stood up and said, "I do not deserve such praise." The old scholar said slowly, "If I am not as good as you, and if I am not as good as you, then do you think that you can only rely on the holy teacher to do everything personally? If you feel that you do not deserve such praise, then you really do not deserve it. True respect for one's teacher is for one's students to be unique in their studies. This is true respect for one's teacher. The Mao Xiaodong in my heart should see me and greet me as a student. However, after the greeting, he dares to say a few words to you that are inappropriate in your studies. Mao Xiaodong, do you think that you have studied hard for 100 years and that you are more knowledgeable than me? Or do you think that you can find and fill in the gaps in your studies? Even if there is only one, it would be good." After Mao Xiaodong stood up, he did not sit down. He felt very guilty and shook his head, saying, "Not at the moment." The old scholar was not angry. Instead, he said with a gentle expression, "A close friend is not a good friend. It is not completely useless. Just continue to work hard." The old scholar paused for a moment and said with a smile, "After all, your teacher's knowledge is very high." Mao Xiaodong stood there in a dilemma. He wanted to sit down so that he would not be too much taller than his teacher, which would be inappropriate. However, he also wanted to stand there and listen to his teacher's teachings, which would be appropriate. The old scholar looked up at Mao Xiaodong and said with a smile, "You still haven't broken through the nascent soul bottleneck. This is not good. You shouldn't be like this. With your temperament and knowledge, you should have broken through long ago." Mao Xiaodong felt guilty again. The old scholar asked, "What is the third etiquette?" Mao Xiaodong was about to speak. The old scholar pointed to his heart. "Ask yourself and answer." The tall Mao Xiaodong stood in the pavilion, lost in thought. The old scholar seemed to be talking to himself. The pavilion is like a resting place for the heart. Some things are like the wind and snow. If you carry a few books of the sages and know a few of the sages, can you not feel cold when you walk out of the pavilion? The old scholar also asked and answered his own question. "I actually feel that it is not cold anymore. It can let people walk a few more steps in the wind and snow." Mao Xiaodong looked at the heavy snow outside the pavilion and blurted out, "A gentleman's learning is beautiful in his body. A person of etiquette is upright. If the mouth can speak, the body can do. If one's learning reaches the end of the road, it is the virtue of a gentleman." The old scholar slapped his thigh and said, "Good." Outside the pavilion, the wind and snow stopped. Mao Xiaodong slowly sat down. When the snow stopped, he had already reached the realm of jade. Not only that, the words of the couplets outside the pavilion were shining brightly. Only then did the heavy snow continue to fall on the world. The old scholar suddenly asked, "Outside the pavilion, you walk a long way with a warm heart. There are so many people on the side of the road who are shivering from the cold. What are you going to do? These people have probably never studied before. In the cold weather, they are all wearing thin clothes. How can they study? A teacher who does not have to worry about the cold and the warmth of the weather is nagging in people's ears. Isn't that annoying?" Mao Xiaodong was lost in thought. He did not even notice that his teacher had quietly left. The old scholar chuckled to the academy's grand chancellor beside him and said, "What do you mean?" The Grand Chancellor said, "Cui Dong said in the letter that as long as Mao Xiaodong breaks through, he, Cui Dong, will be the new Hill Master of Cliff Academy." The old scholar smiled, "Don't forget to let Cliff Academy return to the list of the 72 academies." The latter bowed and carried out the order. The old scholar suddenly said, "I want to borrow the word mountain from you. If you refuse, it is reasonable and I will not make things difficult for you. I haven't seen your teacher for a long time." The Grand Chancellor was originally hesitant, but after hearing this, he agreed decisively. The old scholar patted his shoulder and praised, "You are not muddle-headed for small matters and are even more decisive for big matters. Mr. Sage of Right's disciple is only slightly inferior." The Grand Chancellor of the Academy was speechless for a moment. Asking for knowledge from the sage of literature and chatting with the old scholar were like heaven and earth. Li Baoping and the rest had just walked out of the gates of Right's Academy. Li Baoping suddenly smiled, "Mr. Sage of Literature." The old scholar, who only appeared in front of them, waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to greet him, so as not to startle others. However, he spoke without restraint. Since it was autumn, Chao Qinglang and Stack Zhang no longer bowed and greeted him. Chao Qinglang only greeted him as Grandmaster. The old scholar nodded and smiled. The old scholar walked with them to Oil Sack Lake, and no one noticed them along the way. Li Baoping and the rest stepped on the snow, making crunching sounds. Only the old elementary scholar was able to walk without leaving any traces behind. After merging with heaven and earth, he received the help of the mountains and rivers and received the weight of heaven and earth. Scholars have always been like this. The old scholar had always been proud of himself for writing books, accepting disciples, imparting knowledge, quarreling with others, being good at drinking and many other things. However, he did not feel that there was anything praiseworthy about this matter. Whoever praised or scolded him, he would get angry with them. The old scholar walked between Little Treasure Bottle and Chao Qinglang, looking left and right with a face full of smiles. Do I, the sage of literature, need many people? The old elementary scholar waved his hand. To hell with the advantage in numbers. Li Baoping said softly, Mr. Sage of Literature, I heard that you have merged with heaven and earth. You are really a man of indomitable spirit, you are very tall. The old scholar immediately smiled from ear to ear, waved his hand and said, It's nothing, it's nothing. After carefully wiping the ink slab, brush holder, paperweight, and other items on the table, Chen Wanshu glanced at the neatly stacked pile of books and pursed his lips. He pursed his lips and stretched out his hands. It looked like he was tidying up the books, but the books were actually a little crooked. When Chen Wanshu stepped over the threshold and gently closed the door, the eyes of the girl in the pink dress were full of smiles. When Chen Wanshu went up to the second floor, a little lotus figure immediately jumped out of the room. It climbed up the table along one of the table legs and started running around to inspect the table. It discovered that the paperweight on the table was slightly tilted the day before, and the items on the shelf were not placed properly yesterday. Today, the books were accidentally tilted again. The little fellow giggled, then hurriedly covered its mouth and tiptoed to the side of the books. From tiptoeing to lying on its stomach, it carefully helped Sister Wanshu to stack the books properly. The little lotus figure was still worried. It ran around the little mountain of books. After making sure that there was no tilt at all, it sat on the table, satisfied. It was glad that it had helped Sister Wanshu again today. Finally, the little lotus figure sat on the edge of the table and gently swayed its legs. It really wanted to see the young man in white again and ask him if it could take the initiative to greet Sister Wanshu and Sister Meili so that it would not bother them. Once every few days, once every 10 days, or once every month was fine too. However, he had not been here for a long time. The young man's teacher had not been home for a long time. Therefore, the little fellow, who had nothing to do, got up and ran to the pen container. It used its remaining arm to wipe the wall of the container. Outside the bamboo building, 3 people returned to the mountain from Dragon Rider Alley. Daoist Changming went to Wei Wenlong's accounting room as a guest. Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu came to the bamboo building together. They had already moved out of the sword prayer platform. Only sword cultivator Cui Wei was still cultivating there. Dragon Rider Alley was much more lively now. Other than the straw shop that Jia Cheng and his 2 disciples were in charge of, the shopkeeper of the shop next door, Shi Rou, also had 2 generals under her, Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu. In addition, there was a woman named Changming who often went to the 2 shops to help. For some reason, Zhang Jiazhen and Jiang Chu were very respectful of the woman who liked to laugh. They did not know where she got the money from, but she bought 2 courtyards at the top of the stairs of Dragon Rider Alley. Every time Jiang Chu went up the mountain, he liked to look at the outer wall of the bamboo building. However, Zhang Jiazhen could not see anything, but Jiang Chu said that it was filled with words and many talismans. Jiang Chu was still standing there today, observing the talisman. Zhang Jiazhen sat by the stone table, eating melon seeds with sword immortal Miyu. Miyu smiled and asked, Are you jealous of Jiang Chu? Zhang Jiazhen nodded and said, I am. Jiang Chu was much more cheerful and smart than her. He was already very familiar with Dragon Rider Alley and liked to go out alone. Every time he returned to the shop, he would have all kinds of gains. Zhang Jiajin could not do that. She could only guard the shop and do whatever shopkeeper Shi Ro gave her. Miyu said casually, "There's nothing to be jealous of, everyone has their own life." Zhang Jiajin said, "Mr. Qin said that I don't have the talent for cultivation. I'm just a swordsman and martial artist." Miyu became interested. "Are you depressed? Or do you not believe in Master Hidden Official's vision?" Zhang Jiajin smiled and shook her head. "I believe very much, and I'm not depressed. That's why I want to learn some arithmetic from Mr. Wei in the future, so that I can have a skill. But even if I learn some basic arithmetic and entry bookkeeping, I think I can only do some brain-dead things. I'll strive to be an accountant in the marketplace. I'll only deal with gold, silver, and copper coins. I might never see divine money in my life. But it's better than doing nothing every day. I don't know what to do." Miyu did not mind. He was good at dealing with women. He was not good at talking to children, and he was not interested. After all, he was not Master Hidden Official. Zhang Jiajin did not dare to disturb Sword Immortal Miyu's cultivation. She said goodbye and planned to go to the mountain temple at the top of the mountain to see the scenery around Luopa Mountain. Jiang Chu was still staring at the bamboo talisman with wide eyes. Zhang Jiajin met the swaggering little girl in black on the way. She was patrolling the mountain with a golden pole on her shoulder. Zhang Jiajin smiled and greeted, "Guardian Zhou." The little girl smiled and said politely, "Just call me Big Water Monster." Then, when she heard Zhang Jiajin say that she wanted to go to the top of the mountain to see the scenery, Zhou Mili immediately said that she could help lead the way. As soon as Zhou Mili turned around, she saw the longevity fellow Daoist who was walking alone. He was tall and wore a loose snow-white robe. He had a smile on his face all day long. Zhou Mili quickly greeted her. Changming nodded with a smile and brushed past the little girl and Zhang Jiajin. Zhou Mili stood still, her head slowly moving with Changming. When she could no longer move, she moved back to her original position and walked side by side with Zhang Jiajin. After holding it in for a long time, she finally could not help but ask, "Zhang Jiajin, do you know why Changming keeps smiling and squinting her eyes?" Zhang Jiajin shook her head and said that she did not know. Zhou Mili chuckled and said, it's fine. Sister Wanchu doesn't know either. It can't be helped. On Luopa Mountain, only Pei Qian's brain is sharper than mine. Have you heard of the idiom, money eyes open? You haven't, right? Pei Qian often takes me out for walks, and we often pick up a copper coin. When I smile, Pei Qian says that I'm money eyes open. Ha, I'm money eyes. Ha, what a joke. I'm just pretending for Pei Qian to see. I won't be money eyes open. I won't even blink when other people throw money on the ground. Zhou Mili was halfway through her sentence when she saw a flash of golden light not far from the road ahead. Zhou Mili instantly stopped and frowned. Then she threw the golden pole high up and grabbed something like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. She rolled up and caught the golden pole. Patting her clothes, she turned her head and blinked her eyes. Puzzled, she said, "What? Let's go." There is no money on the ground. Zhang Jiajin held back her laughter and nodded. This was the mute lake big water monster that Mr. Qin was talking about. Zhou Mili suddenly frowned again. She faced Zhang Jiajin sideways and carefully reached out her hand from her sleeve. She opened her palm. Not good. Why did the money run away? She had planned to ask Sister Wanchu for credit after picking up the money. Now, Luopa Mountain really didn't have much money. Last time, when she went to ask Wei Shanjun when the next night party would be held, Wei Shanjun smiled awkwardly. Zhou Mili suddenly stopped moving. According to Pei Qian, there was a murderous aura. It turned out that someone pressed her head from behind and asked with a smile, "Little Mili, who did you say is money?" Eyes open. Zhou Mili frowned and opened one hand. She turned around and said pitifully, "Auntie, I swear to God, I don't know what I said in my dream." "Look at your palm again." Changming let go of her hand and smiled. She turned and left. Zhou Mili found that there was a shiny copper coin in her hand. Zhou Mili gritted her teeth. The little girl immediately turned around and thanked Changming loudly. The future ruler of Luopa Mountain gently waved her hand, indicating that the little girl who called her auntie didn't have to be so polite. Zhou Mili skipped and brought Zhang Jiazhen to the top of the mountain, but her eyes were fixed on the ground. Pei Qian wasn't by her side. She hadn't picked up money for a long time. Wei Pai appeared on the stone bench in the bamboo building. Wei Shanjun really didn't expect that Jiang Chu, who didn't have the aptitude to be a sword cultivator, could learn talismans. On the path of a talisman, whether one had the aptitude or not, they were immediately divided into ghosts and gods. Success was success. Failure was failure. They would obediently switch to other immortal spells. It was similar to whether one could become a sword cultivator. Miyu held a wine cup in one hand and leaned his elbow on the stone table. Looking at Jiang Chu's back, Miyu curled his lips. Jiang Chu was a child from the same hometown. Even if he had the aptitude to be a talisman, but as a cultivator who was lucky enough to climb the mountain, he still had to talk about his innate root and chi residence. Moreover, it was a big problem for him to cultivate at this age. Miyu was a sword cultivator after all. Of course, he could see the seriousness and depth of these matters. He estimated that it would be difficult for Jiang Chu to form his core in the future. It was more likely that he would stop at the sea viewing realm. If he was lucky, he would reach the Dragon Gate realm at most. Wei Pai glanced at the sword cultivator and shook his head with a smile. Miyu immediately said with a smile, "I was wrong. I have to change." Indeed, Luopa Mountain did not care about aptitude or cultivation level. In my Luopa Mountain, whoever talks about realms is the most vulgar. Sword immortal me, don't blame me for being nosy as an outsider. For those of us who can be considered elders, an unintentional sentence or an unmindful gaze might make a certain junior miss it for a long time. Therefore, we have to be careful. It really isn't as simple as passing on the Tao and scolding. On other immortal mountains, how could they be bothered with such trivial matters? Miyu sat upright and nodded, "Don't worry. I understand the logic." Lord Hidden Official said that small matters don't save effort, but big matters save worry. I just have a few bad habits that are hard to change in a short period of time. Brother Wei, remember to remind me more in the future. I'm used to being shameless, but there's only one good thing about me. I know my place and can distinguish between good and bad people. I'm good at reading people and listening to their advice. Wei Pai joked, "That's not only one good thing." Venerable Fiery Dragon, an Ascendant Realm cultivator from Lushui Pit, and Senior White Robe all fought with the other party. Overturning rivers and seas is not an exaggeration. It's actually very difficult for us sword cultivators in the raw Jade Realm to restrain such a fight. Brother Liu, there's also some inside information that I can't reveal for the time being. Please understand. At that time, Ruanxiu from the Dragon Spring Sword sect used some kind of magic that could make the area within a radius of 100 miles dim instantly. It condensed into a ball of light with a shocking momentum, and it actually directly captured an immortal realm demon who tried to kill her. Then, the ball of light was thrown into the bottom of the sea by Li Lu of Lion Peak. In the end, it was swallowed into the stomach of the Ascendant Realm woman in palace attire at Lu Shui Pit. An immortal realm died without knowing why. Lu Jiqing nodded, I understand. It's a pity that my cultivation level is too low. Even if I know about this in advance, I don't have the face to help. Qi Jinglong suddenly laughed heartily. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi, foreign cultivators from the only continent will be looked upon highly by the local sword cultivators. Qi Jinglong stretched out his thumb and pointed at himself, it's us. The white-haired man rarely saw his master so high-spirited. Lu Jiqing had always been a very reserved person. He was famous for being soft on the outside but hard on the inside. If he was easy to talk to, he would be too easy to talk to. Occasionally, if he was difficult to talk to, he would be too difficult to talk to. Lu Jiqing was in high spirits. Without saying anything, he raised his head and drank. After drinking, Lu Jiqing looked at Qi Jinglong, anyway, I won't urge you to drink. Qi Jinglong said helplessly, that's not what I meant. Lu Jiqing raised his eyebrows. Qi Jinglong could only imitate him and drink. The white-haired man drank a small mouthful, and said, actually, the Great Wall of Sword Qi's impression of the Aquarius continent is not bad. Towards other continents, the sword cultivators there only recognize one, or a few sword immortals, sword cultivators, and not a continent. The Aquarius continent is an exception. Qi Jinglong rubbed his forehead. The truth was the truth, but it was not appropriate to talk about it now. Before drinking, after drinking, you can talk as much as you want. As expected, Lu Jiqing started drinking again. But this time, Lu Jiqing only drank a mouthful, and did not drink much. Qi Jinglong drank more than Lu Jiqing. Lu Jiqing suddenly felt that Chen Pingan and Pei Qian might not be lying. As long as Qi Jinglong drank, he would be able to hold a huge amount of wine. Qi Jinglong said helplessly, my alcohol tolerance is really bad, today is an exception. The white-haired man, Pei Qian, laughed. Lu Jiqing too. Qi Jinglong was depressed, and drank a big mouthful of wine. Li Kai's eyes lit up, Yu Qing, not bad, this is the floating duckweed sword lake, and there's the saying, a leaf of duckweed returns to the sea, it's a small world. The North Continent has Jibu, and the lake is green, Qi meets Ji, green meets clear. You little girl, your mind is full of twists and turns, not bad, you take after your master. Gao Youqing's face instantly flushed red, and pulled her master's sleeve. Then Li Kai coughed, and stared at the young lad, little bastard, don't joke about liking someone. Are you looking for a beating? Chen Li sighed, all right. Master is right. Master, weren't you quite happy just now? You were even happier than your disciple. Li Kai smiled, Chen Li, in the future, Master will leave the important task of abducting other fairies in the floating duckweed sword lake to you. Carry this burden well. Chen Li immediately stood up and said loudly, yes, Master. I won't refuse. Gao Youqing suddenly said happily, our master hidden official never flirts with other fairies. Aren't you, Chen Li, a little hidden official? Then do you want to learn this? Can you learn it? Chen Li thought about it and felt that it made sense. The young lad immediately sat down with an extremely serious expression, Master, I can't do such a thing. Li Kai gently pinched the young girl's cheek and said angrily, silly girl. Gao Youqing smiled shyly. Li Kai's mood improved, and she strode away. After Master left, Chen Li suddenly said, Master, it's very difficult for you to reach the immortal realm. The young lad was a little sad. Even though he had seen many life and death situations, he was still a little sad. It was like an uninvited guest who came and didn't leave. Even if it wasn't noisy, it made people feel uncomfortable. Gao Yuqing's eyes immediately turned red. She lowered her head and softly nodded, clenching her fists. Chunli said in a deep voice, "Therefore, the two of us have to practice swordsmanship more diligently than any other cultivator of the floating duckweed sword lake. We have to be able to endure more hardships, our swordsmanship must be better, and our breakthroughs must be faster. Gao Yuqing, apart from you being bullied by outsiders, I can ignore everything else, but if you dare to slack off on your swordsmanship one day, I will definitely scold you. No matter how much our master protects you, I will still scold you." Gao Yuqing raised her head and nodded vigorously. Chunli softened his tone and said softly to her, "When you form your corps, let's go to Master Hidden Official's hometown to take a look." North Continent. Ghost Valley Sheep Intestine Palace. A rat demon who guarded the door would still secretly read books when his patriarch wasn't home. As a cultivator from the school of the War of the Ghosts Hatchet Palace, he still preferred to roam the pugilistic world alone. Every time he completed an act of heroism that was neither too big nor too small, the most he would say was that he was the good man do. Cui Dongshan had long said that if you took advantage of him, you should be happy. Don't make a fuss, and you'll have to pay for it sooner or later. Now that Song Jisun had come to the old Zhuiying dynasty from the old Dragon City, he was fully in charge of the construction of the capital. However, this was only in name. At the beginning of the construction, the king, Songmu, only showed his face. Now he was here to finish the work. The ones who really did the work were the Mo family's magnate and Lu Qingfeng, who was promoted from the Qi-Du supervisor to the right assistant minister of the Dali Ministry of Works. Cui Dong said, "Gao Qing will go south to the Aquarius continent soon." Gao Qing had no choice. The hemp sect might not be able to do anything to the Ghost Valley. Although Cui Dong was a foreigner, Gao Qing knew the importance of the matter. Cui Dongshan said, "The same goes for the old monk." Ji Gui had already begun to walk along the completed Qi-Du River, there would definitely be no accidents. Once she succeeded in walking the river, she would immediately ascend from the unpolished Jade Realm to the Immortal Realm. After all, she was a true dragon with luck, and could at least be regarded as half an ascendant realm. She was responsible for guarding the center of the Aquarius continent, which was more than enough. The imitation Beko Kakyung building had been successfully moved to the Dali capital behind Cui Dongshan. The Mo family's ranger, Su Ruo, was in charge. The Wuyue mountain lord could kill demons with his sword. All the small vassal states in the coastal area, from the cultivators on the mountain to the soldiers at the foot of the mountain, had been incorporated into the Dali army. Before this, the civil and military officials in Dali had already urged the people to build a coastal defense line. All the vassal states in the hinterland had to send half of their troops to the designated place in Dali to station troops. The rest of the cultivators and the gods of the mountains and rivers were supposed to go to the coastal area. However, the vassal states could pay a sum of money on behalf of the vassal states, and it was definitely not a small sum. Once there was any oversight, Dali would directly punish the vassal states. They had to contribute manpower, effort, money, and the worst-case scenario, they had to contribute the people's hearts. The so-called people's hearts meant that in the future, many of the vassal states' imperial literati would use their pens to write moral essays for the people who died in the front line. They would not go against their conscience, but would also benefit themselves and others. In addition, Cui Dong also borrowed the character, Water, from a central continent's Confucian sage, who was known for his unruly nature. The reason was simple. The sage had a bad temper, but he only admired one person in his life, and that was Cui Dong. Of course, the sage did not admire Cui Dong's rebellion and betrayal, but he sincerely appreciated Cui Dong's knowledge. Regardless of how bad Cui Dong's reputation was in the major literary lineages, there were actually many people who admired Cui Dong. Just by looking at the colored cloud manual and the calligraphy that was treasured by the gods on the mountain, one would know how knowledgeable Cui Dong was. Cui Dong suddenly sneered, "Your teacher doesn't seem to be very smart." In other words, the last disciple of the Confucian sage was still not smart enough. Whether it was the literary lineage or the sect, the first disciple and the last disciple, these two people were very important. Cui Dong immediately restrained his smile and said seriously, "How can I fix it?" He did not ask why, he only wanted results. There were three fundamental veins in learning. The first was to reduce self-contradiction as much as possible, as well as the soil to create additional contradictions. They should not be too entangled in the big questions of human nature, such as good and evil, and leave it to moral gentlemen and scholars to slowly explain. Whether or not reading books would no longer be the threshold of learning. The second was that after a problem appeared, the solution must be based on evidence, effective, and immediate. The last was to be able to continuously perfect the rules of learning itself, and not be gradually abandoned by the customs of the world, the feelings of the people, and the hearts of the people. The rules of learning were as stable as the riverbeds of the rivers, allowing the later generations to naturally follow the water and live in it. Even if some small rules were removed based on everyone's preferences, they still had to be like the streams and wells, allowing people to draw water and drink, and accompany the smoke and fire of the city for a long time. Cui Dong shook his head, "There is no way to fix it, you can only save yourself." This Dolly imperial tutor was silent for a moment. "I have thought of it. It may not be able to immediately get out of the predicament, but it can help him win more time." Cui Dong's expression became serious. "Is it that made-up landscape travel book?" When he was probing, Cui Dong's mind started to turn rapidly. In an instant, it was as if he had flipped through the book many times without missing a word. In the end, after Cui Dong eliminated 3 possibilities, he settled on a choice. The 300,000-word landscape travel book had a total of 24 chapters. The opening chapter mentioned that when the young Chen Bingdian was chopping firewood in his hometown, there was a description of the mountainous terrain of cliffs and rocks. The 4th chapter had the words, "Yellow bird of Jingguan, Bai An's red cheeks." The 6th chapter had the words, "Bai An's lake, both fish and dragons are frightened." As for the 11th chapter, it had the words, "Giant wall Chui Wei." And the words, "Yellow bird of Jingguan," were copied from a poem. In the original poem, there was a little bit of the word, "desai." So in that book, the word desai only appeared once, while bai appeared twice, and the phrase bai was repeated. Cui Dong had originally thought of interspersing landscape baian in the title of a chapter, but he quickly gave up. That would be underestimating the great demons of the wilderness, especially the scholar who called himself the old bookworm in the wilderness. 1, 4, 6. That was 11. The only Cui in the book was in the 11th chapter. With these few hints, it was enough. If there were more, the book would lose the "what if" it was delivered to Chen Pingan. Cui Dongshan slapped his cheeks with both hands, making a crisp sound. Cui Dong glanced at the "old bastard" on the ground, looked at the back of the youth's head, and smiled. "You've finally improved." Cui Dongshan slapped the ground, then stood up and said angrily, "Old bastard, don't talk to me like an elder." Cui Dongshan was suddenly speechless. Cui Dong hesitated and turned around. A poor old man was also silent for a long time, then smiled and said, "After so many years, it seems like you're still embarrassed." Dolly Imperial Tutor Xiao Hu, the first disciple of the sage of literature. Cui Dong took a step back, bowed and answered, "The crab with 6 kneeling knees and 2 claws tastes very good." This year, the moon curved and shone on the 9 continents, and the world was in the same autumn. Cui Dongshan sat alone on the city wall, drinking wine. Chao Qinglang was in the Li Ji learning palace, reading at night. Zhao Shu went down to the Sparrow residence in the North Continent. Under the moonlight, he had already practiced 1,000,000 times. Pei Qian was still traveling across continents. He was no longer riding the wind in the sky, but running wildly on the sea. As Chen Pinggan's youngest disciple, Guizhujiu was in the fifth world, accompanying Ning Yao, who had finally returned to the city, and accompanying her master's wife in missing their master. Guizhujiu asked her master's wife, "Is the Fuyao continent or the Tongya continent closer to their master?" Ning Yao said, "Actually, neither is close." Guizhujiu sniffled and said, "Why is it so far?" Ning Yao said to herself, "Wait a little longer, there's still one more realm to go." You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.